call to order this session of the Tacoma Park City Council. Will the clerk please call the vote?
Mayor Stewart.
Here.
Councilmember Kovar.
Here.
Councilmember DeBala.
Present.
Councilmember Costick.
Here.
Councilmember Siemens. Councilmember Siemens. Maybe frozen.
Maybe frozen.
Councilmember Smith.
Here.
Councilmember Searcy.
Here.
Great, thank you. Looking at our agenda coming up for the rest of the month of July. On Tuesday evening, July 13th, we will have a special council meeting. It'll be the report from the Public Safety Task Force. That will start at 6:30 on Tuesday evening. And then our regular evening on July 14th, we actually begin with a presentation at 6 p.m. from Montgomery Housing Partnership regarding the Hillwood Manor project. Then we'll start our regular meeting at 7:30 p.m. We have our voting session, which is the first reading ordinance awarding a contract for consulting services for redistricting. We have a number of work sessions that evening, one on the subdivision of 7402 Garland Avenue, a discussion of legislative priorities, continued discussion of purchasing code amendments that will begin tonight, our ongoing discussion of committees, work session on the FY 2022 budget amendment number 1, and a discussion of resolution to accept local 400 reopener agreement and resolution regarding wages for staff not covered by collective bargaining agreement. And then on Wednesday, July 21st, our voting will start at 7:30. Our voting session includes second reading ordinance awarding a contract for consulting services for redistricting, first reading ordinance approving the budget amendment, first reading ordinance regarding the Tacoma Park Code related to committees, first reading ordinance amending the code relating to the purchasing ordinance, resolution regarding the subdivision of Garland Avenue, resolution regarding union reopener agreements, and a resolution regarding wages for staff not covered by a collective bargaining agreement. Our work sessions on the 21st include a discussion of committees, discussion of continuation of the Laurel Avenue Streetery, and appointments of the 2021 and 2022 Youth Council. And then on Wednesday, July 28th, we have, we'll begin again at 7:30. Our voting session will be a resolution of submittal of MML legislative action request, our second reading ordinance approving the budget amendment, second reading ordinance approving code related to committees, second reading ordinance amending the purchasing ordinance or purchasing code chapter. And then we have a resolution providing for appointments to the Youth Council and a resolution for the City Council summer recess. And if needed, we have a work session on committees that night. The council will be in recess for the month of August, and our first meeting back in September will be on Wednesday, September 8th, where I hope everyone will be able to join us before our meeting for a reception for our new city manager, Mr. Jamal Fox. So those are our upcoming meetings. We will begin now our public comments. First on voting items, we had one public comment sign up for the voting item on the minor master plan boundary. I asked the city clerk, are we ready? Oh, there we go. Are you ready, Tom? You can get going.
I am. Thank you. Let me just point out that when you vote on the boundary of the mini master plan tonight, you're not just drawing a line on a map. And let me also point out that once again, I'm not saying who should build what on the Adventist property, but I do ask that there be an open process to discuss exactly what is going to happen with a major piece of property in the city. So I have 5 questions. And as you know, from the last several meetings, I ask questions and I ask for answers. So here are the questions regarding the mini master plan amendment. 1, why does the proposed boundary include the Maple Avenue corridor, the 7,000 block of Maple Avenue? Is it so that it's easier to zone the hospital and university property for equally dense high-rise apartments? Second, does including, I'm sorry, I can't read my own notes tonight, pardon me. has anyone from the city communicated with the hospital owners or the university trustees, if that's the correct word, about what they would like to see done with the property? They're going to be the main force driving whatever rezoning might occur within the master plan amendment. Another question. The planning board staff talks about addressing the impact on adjoining adjoining properties. I would point out that I listened to the presentation on June 14th, and the planning board seems to think that the neighborhood most closely associated with the university and the hospital property is the 7,000 block of Maple Avenue. I don't think that's right. There's a natural boundary at Sligo Creek. Between the Creeks neighborhood and the Long Branch Carroll neighborhood, Long Branch Sligo neighborhood along Carroll Avenue and Flower Avenue are more directly impacted. So what is the discussion and what will be the impact with them? And finally, what criteria will be used to assess whether or not community needs, compatibility, and so forth are addressed? When you draw the boundary tonight, you're going to be predetermining what may well happen with that property. Don't do that before these questions are answered and before the full impact of development is considered. I see I'm right out of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those were all the public comments tonight on voting items. Now we'll turn to general public comments. And are we going to Sue Miller first? Jesse, or?
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I was looking for Ian Rollins, and there is one caller on the line that I can't identify. So Ian Rollins, if that is you, you should be able to speak.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I wanted to talk about critical race theory. It's really very dangerous for people to deal with critical race theory because it's causing so much havoc around the country. And I wanted to know what plans you had in store to be able to deal with that.
Okay, Mr. Rollins, we during public comment, we just take public comment and then we can address those later. Can you tell us where you live in the city?
I live in Tacoma Park, Maryland.
Thank you. Do you have any other public comments tonight?
Nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us.
So next we would go to Sue Miller.
Great. Thank you. Ms. Miller, you're up.
Thank you. Sue Miller, Ward 3. I want to comment on 3 topics tonight. First, it's good that we're seeking grants for the redevelopment of 2 properties on New Hampshire. It looks like it will provide many benefits, including 6 or 8 affordable housing units, apparently condos. But this got me to thinking that I hope that the city is also seeking grants to address the safety and stability of our aging multifamily buildings with hundreds of units of rent stabilized housing. This is the housing that maintains Tacoma Park's essential and unique socioeconomic diversity. If these buildings are allowed to fall into dangerous disrepair, there will be even greater pressure to sell them and turn truly affordable units into condos, accelerating gentrification. Second, agenda item 6 proposes that you lift the limit on what the city manager can spend without council approval from $5,000 to $50,000, a 10-fold increase. You've heard from residents concerned about the balance of power and that the council does not have adequate oversight. The need to spend ARPA funds is mentioned, but it's not clear why there should be less rather than more oversight of ARPA funds. Ethically, those funds should be going to feed and prevent evictions of people most impacted by the pandemic, not for major purchases at staff discretion. Finally, I want to look ahead to a return to the auditorium for City Council and provide one community perspective. Zooming in has been a huge advantage for those of us who are tech savvy. We can stay home and wash the dishes while waiting to comment, but the Zoom format and pre-registration create barriers for people who share a family computer or have none, or who are unaware that they must sign up by 5 p.m., or who find it disorienting when they cannot see themselves or the community in the online gallery. So I urge you to begin public discussion of the transition to a hybrid model, allowing people to either Zoom or comment in the auditorium without pre-registration, as in the before times. The requirement to pre-register may have been necessary in the pandemic, but it suppresses the ability of people to listen to each other and then respond spontaneously in solidarity or opposition to what they have just heard. I observe that the ability to look around and see friendly faces, to see we're not alone, gives people who would otherwise be intimidated the courage to speak. And it gives some sense that we are a community, a city government by the people and for the people, not just isolated individuals allowed to join you for 3 minutes on the screen and then removed into darkness. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Liz. Is Liz with us?
Yes.
Okay, great. Liz, you're up.
Okay. Get myself right side up. Hi, I'm Liz Kleemeyer from Ward 1. I emailed you my comments about why the tree species list needs to be revised. So I'll just emphasize a few points right now. The tree species list is a good first draft, but it's not a final version. It has some errors and misleading statements, and it's not easy to understand or to use. I also gave the example of a biodiversity indicator in my written comments. Our list doesn't have one. The Casey trees tree guide does have one. That makes the Casey guide makes it much easier to consider biodiversity when deciding what tree to pick to plant in your yard. So how do we get from the present draft or the present version of the tree species list to a final version? We do exactly what the council put into the tree ordinance. We hold a public review. But let's not hold a boring review. Let's hold an exciting, imaginative review. The council has long promised that the third prong of its urban forest initiative is public education and engagement. Okay, let's do it. Let's embed the review of the tree species list in a series of public learning events. Let's invite area scientists to make presentations and be part of panel discussions where they educate us and they answer our questions about biodiversity and climate change and what tree species to plant, et cetera, and where they also advise us on how to improve our list. I'm not suggesting that this is another task to hand off to its city administration to implement. That wouldn't be practical. Instead, I suggest that the council organize a kind of green team of resident volunteers to do most of the work. Not an advisory committee, a team that does actual work. Plenty of other Maryland cities have green teams that implement activities. Surely Takoma Park can do this as well. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I'm sorry, just trying to get the list. Next, we have Larry Lempert.
Hello, I'm Larry Lempert, and I've lived on Willow Avenue for 34 years. I'm part of a group of several dozen residents, including Liz, who you just heard from, and some others you'll hear from after me, who've been discussing city policy on tree species with a special emphasis on biodiversity and the value of native species. And I agree fully with what Liz just said. And in addition, would just make this point. The tree list in question is essentially new, and to its credit, does include many native species, as well as an explanatory section. However, Neither the list nor the accompanying explanation has been subject to any review by the community, nor does it reflect input, as far as we can see, from state, county, academic, or organizational urban forest experts. And this is despite the fact that the city code's urban forest provisions require both of these steps. Now, it's true that the code says the list, quote, shall be periodically reviewed and modified, end quote, with such input, and it does not give a specific timetable. But review and input is especially important before an essentially new list is launched. The absence of review and input is contrary to Takoma Park's longstanding tradition of community involvement, and not taking advantage of the wealth of scientific expertise that's readily available is especially painful coming off of 4 years of intense, damaging disrespect for science at the national level, as we all know. The council envisioned respect for science in the tree list provisions of the code, and the process for adoption should embrace that. Thank you for this opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Sue Tripp.
Hello, I'm Sue Tripp. I've been a resident here in Takoma Park since 1984. I'd like to address the need for the city to hold a public discussion and review of the tree species list with the city residents, area scientists, and city staff. The city's required to do so per its tree ordinance, where section 12.12.140 report to the council D, which states, I quote, maintain and publicize species list for selection of trees to be planted on private and public property pursuant to the requirements of this title, with a focus on native species and climate adapted species. Such a list shall be periodically reviewed and modified with input from urban forest experts, from the state and county government, area universities, other organizations, and the community. Takoma Park residents are famous for their dedication to causes, and trees are no exception. Input is needed from all of our citizens concerned about climate change and biodiversity loss. It's best obtained through an informed public review of the tree species list. The 2-page list of native trees released earlier this year is a major improvement over the 1987 list, which was 11 pages long and made no attempt to separate native versus non-native trees. I strongly commend the city and its new urban forest manager for its focus on native trees and its easy to read format. However, the list provides no indication of how a particular tree can support a greater variety of insect and bird life, thus increasing biodiversity in our community over any other tree on the list. The notes column in the list should be revised to include that information so the public can make a more informed decision when selecting a new or a replacement tree. I urge the city to work with its citizens and local experts to include more biodiversity focused information on each tree in the tree species list. And I thank you for all of your attention.
Thank you. Stuart Gagnon.
Let's see. Hi there. Yeah, I wanted to thank everyone for their all their work. The council is amazing. They do so many things and are eloquently speaking at all the meetings. Sometimes I listen in and it's amazing. Mayor Stewart, you're great. You're doing a lot of good things too and leading the charge. I just wanted to say a few things. I wanted to point out that this is an urban forest, that we live in this urban forest that's been here for, decades, maybe hundreds of years, maybe thousands of years. But we know that this is probably an oak maple forest. That's how it originally was. You see a lot of oaks around and you'd see some maples. I think that it will be very important to bring in the experts, as the earlier speakers have said, like botanists. And also you may not know that there is an urban forestry program at the University of Maryland College Park. I think we need to think about the food web that the trees that are in this area already are providing to the biodiversity, not just plant biodiversity, but the greater biome. And I think that lastly, I think we need to consider long-term climate issues. And there actually is a Northeast Regional Climate Change division it's a research center at Cornell that looking at tracking the different how things are changing over time. And what I think that we really need to think about is not to plant trees that like a lot of water, like the swamp oak, the swamp white oak, but something that can tolerate the drier spells. Because if we get to a long drought, those swamp white oaks are going to be not doing so well. So just to make those points, and thank you so much again. I really appreciate all the work you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you for coming this evening. Next, we have Slater Knowles.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for having me for a minute. I just wanted to express my strong support of the native tree list and the effort to integrate native trees, their plants, the plants and animals, and the environment into our community. I believe that these efforts would make us all a lot happier and healthier. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Barbara Whitney.
Hi, I live in Ward 1 on Crescent Place, and I am a potential user of the approved tree species list, but I think it needs to be updated. And if it were, it would be an effective tool for people like me seeking guidance about what trees to plant and why. And as a 40-year resident of Tacoma Park, I can say that Tacoma Park residents and the city government have always valued our tree canopy, and it even defines our city. And unfortunately, we're now facing a climate change crisis where we're losing mature trees at a terrifying speed. And we see it in our neighborhoods every day. And at the same time, we're becoming acutely aware of the contributions of trees to biodiversity and the sustainability of our food chains, which make life on the planet possible. It's, you know, our future is looking pretty grim if you start studying it. And all trees are not equal in this scenario. And we need a tree list which tells us, as I said before, which trees to plant and why. And such a list reflects the ideas of experts, as other people have said, like Tommy and but I think there's a said that we should include the input of our residents, many of whom have been planting natives and eradicating invasives for years and have been working to create more biodiversity. And so to be really helpful, as others have said as well, our tree list should include at least one additional category that it doesn't have now, which shows how many pollinators and caterpillars and other organisms are hosted by the different tree species. Which ones are the keystone species that will help the most to reverse the disastrous effects of our climate change? And this is, I think, a very crucial thing for humankind in general. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming. Those are all the public comments this evening. We will now move on to council comments. Any council comments tonight? Councilman Kostick.
Thank you, and welcome back, everyone. It feels like a while since we've been here, but I guess it hasn't been that long. Thank you, everyone, for the comments as well, public comments. And, you know, as much as everyone else, I'm looking forward to being able to have meetings in person again, but also hopefully integrating some more of the virtual opportunities that make things easier for people to have a chance to attend council meetings from home. So I'm hoping we can try to integrate some more of that in the future as we move back to some sense of more normal. I also want to share some sad news that I think maybe some of you have heard, but if you have not, Ward 3 resident Jeremy Black, who lived in Ward 3, passed away last week. He was shot in DC, and I know he was a very beloved member, him and his family, of Tacoma Park. And this is a great tragedy and loss. So just want to let everyone know about that, and keep them in your thoughts as they are dealing with this very difficult time. And then finally, just want to thank Public Works, police, fire, Pepco, everyone for helping respond at the end of last week to the tree that fell on Sherman Avenue, which resulted in pretty significant damage to one house and a car, and loss of power to that whole part of the city. And I know there was a lot of concern in the area when that happened, and it was obviously a very scary thing to have happen very early in the morning as well. Really appreciate all the help in getting that cleaned up and getting the power restored, and also the way that the neighborhood really helped support each other during this time and continues to do so. I think that's really heartwarming to see. So hopefully we'll continue to support each other on that, and we can, the folks who have had to leave their house will hopefully be able to get that taken care of as they move forward. So not a lot of happy news from Ward 3, but hopefully everyone had a good 4th of July overall. And it's good to see you all tonight.
Thank you. Next we have Councilman Searcy.
I just want to echo Councilmember Costick's condolences to Jeremy Black's family. My sincere, senseless acts of violence. It's mind-numbing. My thoughts and prayers are with his family during this difficult time, and hold your loved ones close. Couple of other quick announcements. I forgot during our last city council meeting to mention how wonderful the summer Mercado was. And so we had a fantastic time. I was very happy to not only listen to the wonderful bands, but eat some fantastic food from a number of our local vendors. So the Brazilian Bakery was there. A small company, Smoky Bones, was there, and they're out of Ward 6. There was also DC Taco. There was a couple other folks that were there that definitely have some connections to the community. And so I just want to thank again the Tacoma Langley Crossroads Development Authority for putting on a fantastic event. I also want to thank the Public Safety Task Force members. We went pretty long last night after 8 o'clock. But there will be another meeting. We've added a meeting so that the task force can continue to finalize its recommendations. And that is tomorrow, Thursday, I believe, beginning at 5:30. So there will be another meeting of the Public Safety Task Force tomorrow. So just want to make folks aware of that. I know that during public comments, there was a question about what is the city doing to try to work to improve the quality of some of our low to moderate income multi-family rental properties throughout the community. And I do want to say that the presentation with MHP on the Hillwood Manor complex is actually an example of just that. Where we are working with MHP to kind of coordinate the development, but a lot of this is all them. It includes trying to work on a number of different things. They also are leveraging state grant funds to do the development that they have underway. along with a number of other finance vehicles that they're using to put together the resources that are needed for this very extensive renovation project that's happening for the Hillwood Manor apartment. So in response to that comment, yes, we are working on multifamily buildings in the city. So I just want to make that point. And I think that's it. I do want to just remind folks that Wednesdays are farmers market. So please come out and support. Oh, one more thing. I want to thank Daryl Braithwaite. She and I had an opportunity to last week meet with the county staff on the Hillwood Manor playground and talking through some that have been received. So fingers crossed, we will have a revised design to share with the community very soon. I'm excited because there may be a possibility to kind of combine a couple of things from both of the options that were presented. And if all goes well, we hopefully will have a new playground by this fall. So definitely they're great to work with, and really looking forward to moving forward with the playground construction. So I think that's all I have tonight. Thanks so much.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Smith.
I would like to take a moment and remember the life of Demita Weber, president of Essex House, who passed away last week. It was a tragedy. No one knew that she was ill. So it's a really sad time for many residents in the community. Also want to remember Sue Crisell's son, who also passed away. Sue's lived in Essex House for many, many years, and just a tragic time for her family. Ollie, that is the semi-autonomous vehicle that I mentioned a number of months ago. The guys behind it, Local Motors, they're having a demo project in National Harbor running from July 9th through the 12th. It's an opportunity for council members to actually ride in the vehicle. So I will send out the information to the council and staff if they want to participate. And it also will include the contact person's information. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kovar.
Thank you. And I'd like to first thank all the people who did speak tonight in public comment period, and just to say a couple of words about several of those. I do agree with Councilmember Kostick and perhaps others on looking forward to being back, as Sue Miller mentioned, in the auditorium in the fall, but obviously it makes sense to continue to have, when we do that, both in person and the ability to Zoom for public comment. So we have the widest range of ways for people to join in. With regard to Mr. Gagliardo's comments on the minor master plan, those are helpful questions, and I look forward to discussing them when we vote on that resolution. And just to say a couple of words about Liz Kleinmeyer and her associates, and a number of whom were from Ward 1. I think the key question, or a key question in this discussion, is what type of frequency there ought to be for the periodic review. And when we had the session in the council on the tree initiatives, Mr. Fry, who's the forest manager, mentioned that although I think he did a great job, and the people who spoke tonight said he did a great job in preparing the list, that he hadn't thought fully through yet that question of how often and in what way the list should be revised. And I think that's an important thing for us to talk about. I think given the agenda that's pretty crowded that we have now as we lead up to the August recess, it's not something for us to do in July, but I think we can talk more about it later on in the year, and certainly look forward to that. Just a few other points I wanted to mention. I was really struck by with the data that's been provided by city staff, Daniel Powers in particular, on the COVID statistics. And as of July 1st, the data as of July 1st, in the city, the fully vaccinated percentage was at 69.4%, and the partially vaccinated was at 79.6%. So maybe by now we're at 70 and 80. So I think that it's really great for the city. However, there was also in the data that he provided indications that where the hospitalization rates and the death rates are still happening around the state, it's primarily among populations that haven't been vaccinated, which I think certainly makes sense. It seemed to imply that there were still a small percentage of people who had been vaccinated who were still getting hospitalized. So I'm not sure what that means, but I think the clear message is that everybody should get vaccinated. And I think it's encouraging to see that the city numbers are as high as they are. One other related thing, and this will come up in the future when we talk about ARPA, the challenges around food security continue. And I think I mentioned previously that the one of the church groups that was doing food donations had to suspend because of some changes in the logistics around the delivery. And then I think many of you are also familiar with Small Things Matter. I've been able to help out with them, as has my wife. They've experienced some cutbacks now from the county too, in terms of the funding that they're receiving for fresh produce, which is still very crucial for a number of people. And of course, as others have pointed out, the need precedes, even to some extent, COVID. So when we do get into the ARPA discussions, I hope we'll talk a lot about food security. And then lastly, one of my colleagues mentioned July 4th, and I did just want to touch base on or comment briefly on that. I was pleased that in the parade of houses and the related work around that my own street of Holly Avenue was awarded Best Decorated Street. So I kind of have to say that. And the gentleman who lives across the street from me got Best Overall Decoration. And I suppose I should also say that a certain spouse of mine, her decorations got Most Engaging. So that was a fun part of July 4th. The mayor came by to engage with our decorations, and I appreciate all the hard work that the Independence Day Committee did in really putting that together. And also, one of the amazing things was the group that lives along Valley View and Willow, who had a series of placards with lines from the Hill We Climb, I think is the right name for it, the poem that the young woman had presented at the inauguration. And so you could walk up Valley View, don't drive up Valley View, it's one way in that direction, walk up Valley View, and then along Willow all the way to the top up at Tulip, and you see a series of the verses from the poem. So really incredible. It's still up there now. If people want to look at it, I'm not sure how much longer it will be, because it will depend on each individual person who has that out front. But thanks to those folks as well.
Thank you. Next we have Councilmember Dabala.
Yes, thank you. Hi, everybody. One national thing, one local thing, and some comments about the comments. So National League of Cities meeting is coming up, summer meeting is coming up, and along with that will be a meeting of the Energy and Environment Committee for National League of Cities, which, as some of you may remember, I'm now serving as vice chair of. So that'll be taking my time over the next few days, and I'm really excited about the agenda, particularly the climate part of it. The local thing, thank you to Public Works for tracking Jackson Avenue. There's been anybody who's tried to go down Jackson in the last couple of weeks has run into the road being closed or flagged or inoperable generally. And it's been a struggle for the contractor to do what they're supposed to do. And I'm really happy that Public Works has been over there a few times to keep them on track. And as for the tree species list, just a couple of comments. I'm really pleased that people are still interested and engaged on tree issues. We do have a tree commission that has been doing more education recently. We have had a green team for the city. That is the Committee on the Environment, the City Council, and key staff that's been serving in that role, as have green teams in many other cities for the Sustainable Maryland program. I mentioned this because in the summer and into the fall, we will be recruiting for committees, among them the Tree Commission. So I just want to plant that seed and thank folks for coming out to comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. No, that's it. That was all of us. Sorry, I'm still eating my dinner. Apologies, everyone. It was a long day. I have a couple of comments. One, I just want to thank County Council Member Tom Hucker and his Chief of Staff, Dave Coons, for their help, particularly on Monday. Unfortunately, the fire at the firehouse, the emergency generator was going from Thursday night all the way through the weekend. Pepco was blaming the county maintenance folks. The county maintenance folks were blaming Pepco all weekend long. And it was very loud and disturbed, particularly some of our residents nearby who went sleepless for many nights. And thanks to the work of Dave Coons on Monday, we were able to actually get it fixed. So I just want to do a huge shout out to them. I also just want to echo Councilmember Kovar's thanks for the 4th of July, all the work that went into that. It was great walking around the city and being able to see all the homes and everything is decorated. I just want to thank the 4th of July committee, the music, everything. And also what Jill Feasley did with the signs and the Amanda Gorman poem was really outstanding. So, and it was very fun to take pictures in front of Councilmember Kovar's house as well. I want to do a shout out and thank the Public Works Department. I know some folks still have some questions and concerns about the stormwater fee, but I have to say, you know, in terms of sending out information to residents in a manner and, you know, being able for each household to have a pamphlet, see what their own stormwater fee is and how it's calculated. Again, still new plan putting in place. I still understand people have questions on it, but I just want to say thank you so much to the public works staff, to our director there for really putting together some great information for residents and getting that out there. I'm trying to think of, like, everybody else said things. I want to thank the people who came tonight to talk about trees in the list. I think we had some great suggestions. I do want to just sort of say just one thing about how the current list was put together, because I know there was some comments made regarding the resolution we did pass. And I did ask our urban forest manager, you know, when he was putting together the list, who he consulted, how we got the list we have now. Not meaning that we can't do better, and we will look at this, but I do want to just say that the experts in the area did include an entomologist at the University of Maryland, as well as other arborists, and through the city newsletter articles and other outreach to residents. So, and again, this is in no way saying that we got it right perfectly this time, and there's more work to do. But I do know, I just wanted to make sure that people did know that when we put the items in the resolution, that our urban forest manager did follow through in terms of putting together this first list. And again, it's great ideas that came up tonight in the discussion that I think we want to continue having and exploring. And I think that's for me, and I'll turn it over to our acting city manager, Jessica Clark.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good evening, council members and residents watching at home. I wanted to start with an update on our COVID-19 response in the city. So really, we've been seeing a lot of really encouraging milestones recently in the city. As many of you know, the state lifted the COVID-19 state of emergency on July 1st because of positive trends and key health metrics across the state. And as Council Member Kovar touched on, those are reflected here in Tacoma Park. So we met President Biden's goal of a 70% fully vaccinated, but right around July 4th. So that's really good news here in the city to have more than 70% of our residents fully vaccinated. And I can also announce that more than 70% of city staff are also fully vaccinated. So all of that is good news, which means that we're proceeding on our city facilities reopening timeline. So yesterday, we had all of our staff who were still teleworking return to their offices. here in the community center, which was great to see. So the community center remains closed, but we do have services available by appointment, namely passport services and notary services, and those are linked in my comments. And the library is now open as of yesterday, and their new hours largely from 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. each day, and those are also linked in my comments. And our Public Works Department has been open, and our police department, as always, is open as well. I did want to note that masks are still required in public areas of city facilities, and we are planning on our full reopening for August 23rd. So we will keep you posted on that. So while being around 70% fully vaccinated is very encouraging, we do want to get to 100%. So we strongly encourage all of our residents to get vaccinated. Current vaccines have been shown to be effective against the more contagious Delta variant that has arrived in Maryland. So please get vaccinated if you haven't already. It helps us return to normal. And I did want to highlight a couple vaccination clinics that are happening in the area. So as always, you can go to montgomerycountymaryland.gov to pre-register and make an appointment to get a vaccine. But we also have some walk-in clinics that are Latino, that the Montgomery County DHHS Latino Health Initiative is providing, that will have Spanish-speaking staff. Those will be at 2 locations on Piney Branch Avenue, Clifton Park Baptist Church, and Americana Grocery of Maryland. And there are multiple dates in the afternoon throughout July, and they hope to extend it into August as well. And again, all of that, the specific dates are provided in my comments. We also have another vaccination clinic hosted by the Prince George's County Health Department coming up at La Union Mall on July 10th. So again, I actually have more vaccination clinics listed in my comments as well. So a lot of opportunities in the area to get your vaccine, so don't hesitate. And you can walk in at the locations listed in my comments. Other announcements not related to COVID-19, we are still have an open call for youth council applications. The deadline is July 16th. Our Tacoma Park Youth Council is open to Tacoma Park teens in grades 7 to 12 for this upcoming school year. It's an opportunity for our teenagers to acquire understanding and participation in local government. So we encourage you to apply. And there are up to 11 slots available. So if you have any further questions, you can reach out to our city clerk, Jesse Carpenter, and I have linked the application in my comments. I wanted to thank our Public Works team for their hard work over the past 2 weeks on street resurfacing, which has been completed. I'm sure you all have noticed. The work remaining includes reinstalling lane markings, stop bars, and speed humps, and we're working on scheduling the dates for that, and we will keep residents posted on when those final touches will be put on our newly resurfaced streets.
Could I ask a question about that?
Yeah.
Do you have a rough idea for the speed humps? I've gotten a few inquiries about that.
I'll have to ask Daryl. I know she hasn't set the dates yet, but it should be in a matter of weeks. Yep. And then, as Madam Mayor touched on, our stormwater fee notice has gone out. So all single family property owners should have received in the mail a brochure on their new stormwater fee. It is based on the amount of your impervious area and will appear on your property tax bill. We really encourage you to reach out if you think that something's off with your number. We have an application for that, and our Public Works team will work with you. And then later this year, we're going to create a process for credits to capture work done to filter stormwater on your property. So again, we'll be providing more information on the credit process, but you can already apply for any corrections if needed. And then, as Councilwoman Searcy mentioned, our Reimagining Public Safety Task Force is hard at work. They've been working really long hours this week to incorporate community feedback from the June 28th community listening session, as well as all the other ways that the community has been weighing into that process. And we as city staff have provided them with a lot of information, and they're trying to bring it all together They have one more meeting, their last meeting tomorrow afternoon at 5:30. And then they're going to be presenting their final recommendations to the City Council next Tuesday at 6:30. And then I did just want to echo Councilwoman Kostick and Circe's condolences to the Black family. Mr. Black was a father of two and worked as an inspector general in the Peace Corps. And certainly our thoughts are with his family and friends at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our next item is adoption of minutes. We have minutes from January 13th, 16th, 21st, 27th, as well as February 3rd, 10th, 17th, and 24th. Would someone like to move adoption of the minutes? Councilwoman Dybala moved, Councilman Kostick second. Any comments, changes? All right, seeing none, will the clerk call the vote?
Councilmember Kovar.
Aye.
Councilmember Dybala.
Yes.
Councilmember Kostick.
Yes.
Councilmember Siemens.
Aye.
Councilmember Smith. Councilmember Circe.
Aye.
Mayor Stewart.
Yes. All right. Next is where our voting session, and we'll go to the resolution authorizing submission of a Maryland revitalization grant application for acquisition funds and architectural fees for 6530 and 6600 New Hampshire Avenue. I know there were a lot of last minute questions about this, so I'm not even going to tee this one up, but I'm going to send it right to Ms. Grisby to give us the background on it.
Thank you, and good evening, everyone. I have a PowerPoint presentation, so give me just a minute and I will get this going. Okay, can you see this?
Yes.
All right. Yes, so tonight we're here to talk about a resolution before council in support of a grant application. This is a multi-phase redevelopment project, which includes the acquisition of the property located at 6530 and its rehabilitation of the existing abandoned building to create an events and conference center and commercial use space, as well as new construction above to add additional floors to the existing building in order to provide 18 to 20 housing units. And the acquisition of 6600 next door, which is the former home of the Redline Motorsports. The 6530 building has been vacant for over 20 years. The building is completely gutted, stripped of all wiring and plumbing, and in need of complete restoration. The developer is Lane Estate LLC, which is a sole proprietorship owned and operated by Ivans Fumonyo, and it's a 100% minority-owned business. Mr. Fumonyo is a real estate investor, financial and business consultant. He's multiple commercial and residential rental properties, both in Wisconsin and in Washington, DC. He has a home in Washington. He has site control of both properties through a lease with an option to purchase. And is hoping to move forward on this. The community benefits of this project are multiple, and I will go through them quickly. It increases the city's tax base to bring a long vacant abandoned building back into productive use and to increase its productivity by making it mixed use with commercial and residential. It creates more housing, including affordable housing, on a major corridor with good public transit. It provides space for arts and entertainment in a community that has long identified the need for additional opportunities for arts and entertainment space, as well as meeting space. It expands employment and commercial opportunities. It improves pedestrian amenities, such as benches and bike racks, in an area that is frankly somewhat inhospitable to pedestrians right now. And it supports Tacoma Park's corridor concept plan, sustainable communities plan, and a better Maryland. We have worked for years on the New Hampshire Avenue corridor, as you know, In 2008, the city did a corridor concept plan. That plan specifically calls out for the Maryland Gateway, which is this part of the city, to be redeveloped with commercial properties and mixed-use buildings. And it specifically calls out diversity, particularly in price points for both more mixed and upper income housing and Class A office space. We also worked with the county during the zoning rewrite to ensure that this property, 6530 New Hampshire, which was zoned office space, it was OM in the old county zoning, to be rezoned commercial CRT, commercial residential town is the designation. We convinced the county that all office properties that abutted properties that were commercially zoned at the time should be rezoned with those commercial properties to be CRT. And that gives more flexibility for development to happen in that location. We did a feasibility study, as some of you may recall, in 2013 with the then owners of the property, the Adventists, to look at the possibility of a business incubator, what it would cost, what it would take to rehab the existing building, add elevators and things needed for ADA accessibility. And since then, we have made 5 applications, including the one before you tonight, for state funds for possible partners for this property. We did an application early on in 2016, which was not funded. We did one in partnership with the Tacoma Park Cooperative Nursery School, who's looking to expand and relocate, and they had their eye on 6530. That has not come to fruition. We did another application in 2020, which was not funded, an application in 2021 for which we received $500,000 for this project to get it jump started. And then this application now, which is actually due tomorrow. So where are we now for this project? The application is for phase 1 and phase 2. So acquisition of the 2 properties and architectural and engineering planning. When the applicants did the first application last fall, they were prepared to move forward, even though they were not funded at the amount that they had requested. But the world around them has changed under COVID. And so what's happened is that lenders now expect to see architectural plans, a more developed proposal before they invest in it. And so what they're doing now is coming back and adding in phase 2 funding for architectural and engineering plans. They're expecting to focus primarily on 6530 New Hampshire initially. And then as they move forward and are ready to look at 6600 New Hampshire Avenue, which has some activity on it now because they have control of the site now. So they've been doing some kind of business incubator, pop-up food trucks kinds of things. If you've been by and seen some activity. 6530 New Hampshire now has no activity. It is not a safe building to be in at this point. And in the past, that property has attracted a lot of nuisance issues. And so it is not activated at this point. So the current application in combination with the previous application, which was funded, is really to get to a point where they can leverage the funding in addition to their own investment to bring to fruition this almost $11 million project. So tonight, just to talk about what this means if the grant is awarded, the city would enter into an MOU with the developer that would identify the particular parameters of the project and who's responsible for what. We would establish issues of how the funding is handled, the money itself is handled, how the reporting is handled, who's responsible for managing the grant. We also would have a parallel MOU with the state, which is customary. It's happened with every state grant that I've done, which identifies the parameters, what the funding can be used for, and how to move forward. So if the grant is awarded, the first thing we would do would be an MOU with the developer, which then in turn becomes part of the MOU we would have with the state. So I'm happy to answer questions, and I will stop sharing my screen.
Thank you, Ms. Grisby. I know Councilmember Siemens has his hand up, but I just want to underscore that there is no money from the city. We are basically a pass-through, and this is how these state grants are set up. And I know you've highlighted the state grants that we have applied for and received for this property, but we've done this a number of times over the years very successfully. And so I just want to make clear, because I know there are a lot of questions, that there's no matching, there's no, the city is not putting any money into this project per se.
That is absolutely correct. Yeah.
Councilmember Siemens.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Grigsby, for this presentation. And really, you know, I can't express how happy I am with the work that the Housing and Community Development has done in bringing this, not only bringing this to us, but all the work that you've put in the past, trying to put together a package that makes sense for the community. It was been a real difficult project to put together. I've been in the building several times, and I know it's a shell, and the property itself has some challenges, but I think by combining it with that other property, it becomes a viable project. I really compliment you. I know you've had to put in a lot of work to get us to this point, and I really thank you for that. And it fits in with the concept plan that came out so many years ago. You know, you've paid attention to what you said you wanted to do, and now we're here. This is great. I fully support it. Thank you.
Councilmember Searcy.
Hey, I want to echo Councilmember Siemens and my appreciation of all of the hard work that the HCD staff has done thus far. One of the things that came to mind for me, and Ms. Grisby, that was an amazing presentation, because quite frankly, I think it combines a lot of different phases of development project, how development projects kind of work overall. And I think it also relates to aspects of comments that we received earlier about why we are more inclusive. For example, we'll talk later about the mini master plan. And then this is an example of where you all try to tackle that zoning issue up front, because then with the zoning in place, it makes it a little easier for a developer to know what is possible at a site. And then from there, one of the things that I think, you know, I'm learning, others may not know, is sometimes for certain projects, it's a bit of a funding gumbo in terms of what a developer, specifically like a nonprofit developer, may bring to the table, or what types of arrangements they need to have in place in order to get the additional investor funds on a project. So can you talk a little bit about, in your experience, how something like us working or having, you know, putting forward this grant on behalf of, in support of this project, might actually help the developer to secure additional funds? Because I know it seems a little counterintuitive, and I know people want to jump straight to, well, who's gonna be the anchor tenant? But it's a really weird place, because that's not where we are right now. The developer is trying to really work out all of their financing for everything. And I think that if this grant is awarded, that could be a critical part of that. So can you just talk a little bit about like the funding process? Because I know that can be confusing, and what our role, given that we would be the folks that are kind of co-signing on, we're not co-signing, but we're, you know, putting forward, the grant is working through us, what leverage that might provide the city as this project moves forward.
Yes, definitely. You put your finger right on it. I liked your analogy of a gumbo. Typically, a developer has funds of their own. They identify a project that they think can be successful, and they come in with their own money. And then they leverage the money of other investors. Sometimes that's from big financial institutions. Sometimes that's from investment funds or partners or various other types of configurations. And the state has specifically identified these grants as a mechanism to give a boost to those projects in areas that may not obviously fly a successful project on their own. Clearly, a building that's been vacant for over 20 years is one of those projects. I mean, there are reasons that there are constraints on it. It is in terrible condition right now. It isn't that it's been without ideas. We walked art space people through it to see if they could make an live workspace in there or something like that. We've worked for years. I have also been in it many times with dead birds on the floor. So I think that from the state's point of view, this is exactly the kind of project that they hope not only will leverage additional investment for this project, but that will have ripple economic development impact for the area. So we know that business owners and commercial property owners kind of keep an eye on what's going on with their neighbors. And this building is prominent. It's on the top of a rise. It's 3 stories in a commercial district that is largely low stories. And so to see something transformative happen here is the kind of activity that starts other things moving. So we've worked on other properties on New Hampshire Avenue, as you know. There has not been any significant investment on New Hampshire in a long time. The only 2 investments that I know of, new buildings in the last probably 50 years, are the Taco Bell and the Goscini Shoes building, which was rebuilt after a fire. So we know there's a need for space. We know that there are businesses that want to grow and expand in Tacoma Park, but can't find the space to do that in. We know that, in my mind, I shouldn't say we know, I look at this part of town, I look at New Hampshire Avenue as just ready to pop. We've put the zoning changes in place. We've done work with the state on what the economic development possibility, what the impact would be, what the tax revenue would be, what could happen if it were redeveloped to the amount it could be under zoning laws. We've done individual property studies like 6530. We've spent a lot of time with the owner at 6300 New Hampshire. We've worked on the intersection of Ethan Allen and New Hampshire on those commercial businesses and tried to work with the owners. What we find is that it's a delicate dance, that it's a question of having a property owner interested in selling at the right time, that you have a potential developer and interested in jumping in, who can also leverage the investment needed to make it happen. And we're not talking about a giant building. The existing building is 18,600 square feet. So 6,000 and change per floor. But we are talking about the potential of a significant transformation and the ripple effects that might engender. So to me, it's all exciting. We met the developers. They actually walked into the office in late 2019 when it was still possible to do that. And they had already identified the property, and they were interested in talking to Samira Gaines, the economic development manager, and I about what was possible. And I said, well, come on in, because we've laid the table, right? You're very welcome here. And so I think that I look at the grant opportunity as a chance just to give them a leg up, to make it happen in what is not only a difficult property, but a difficult time.
And if we were to not, because we saw in your timeline, there were instances where we were funded and there were times when we were not. If we don't receive, because right now what's before the council is approval to submit a grant application, right? We're not committing any city funds, and we don't guarantee that we're going to actually get the grant dollars from the state. So if we were to not secure these funds this time around, what does that mean for the advancement of this particular project?
I think it would slow it down a bit. The developer is still very committed to it. And the question came up when in the last grant cycle, which was successful, about if you aren't funded at the amount you're asking for, which is what came to pass, would you still move forward? And they were very committed to making it happen, recognizing that it would change their timeline.
Great. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilman Costick.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I think this was really helpful, and I know that residents who live nearby will particularly appreciate that timeline and some of the imagery. And it's just really great to have that information in front of us, because I feel like people have been kind of craving that as they've sort of heard little bits about this, but haven't fully understood what it might become. And I do think just the process of how it happens is often very frustrating for residents, because you sort of hear just something's happening and then there's no funding and then it doesn't happen. And then you hear something else and it might be years in the future, or, it might just not be the right point where you get all of the information you might want. So I think this will be really helpful. And I think it's really exciting to see this moving forward, hopefully, and to see the involvement of the city with the developer who's interested in developing this spot. As you said, it's been vacant for a long time, and I think making use of it in a space that could provide some housing and also some gathering space for community events, family events, business events, just seems like a really great opportunity. My question is just as we move forward, what's the best way for residents, particularly those who live nearby, to just sort of stay informed about what's happening and what to expect, and kind of when things will be happening, since I imagine there will be a little bit of a delay before anything kind of tangible happens on the property?
Well, certainly we'll speak positively when the application is funded. We will make an announcement. The city will make an announcement, and it'll probably be in the city manager's comments. A lot of development, it's kind of like seeds sprouting in the earth. Like, you don't necessarily see it until it's ready to be seen. And so if there are times when they would be asking to do something different than a standard development, then that would all have a public process. As we know, we are looking at enough redevelopment kinds of things now that the city as a whole is kind of developing those muscles and muscle memory. So we know that there are checkpoints built in both to the city council process and to the planning board process, where there's community engagement. If the project all happens, we use the term by right, if it fits within all the parameters that are allowed, then there aren't those built-in structural check-in points. But that isn't to say that we wouldn't continue to share information and let, kind of get the word out and invite responses. We have not, for our grant projects, developed project pages on the website in the way that we do for other kinds of work that we do, partly because they are private developers. So it's not a city project, as the mayor clarified. It doesn't have that same element of public engagement generally. So I'm open to suggestions. I'm happy to think about if there are better ways to share information. I know that residents care about it, and so we will continue to, as there is news to report, to get that out, and probably the most likely is through council members, because you can share it with your residents. You have a vast network to do that.
Yeah, that sounds great. I think it is sometimes the interaction of the public entity for these grants with the private developer can be confusing, because we're talking about it at a council meeting and we're voting on this resolution. And I think that is often where it's confusing about what level of engagement we do have, or capacity to kind of interact we have. So thank you. I really think the presentation is a great start, and I'll make sure to send that around to the nearby neighborhood. And I think this is great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Council members.
Thank you, Ms. Grisby, for all your work on this. I guess I could say I have a contrarian point of view. I will not vote against it, but I will abstain. I appreciate that you're bringing this before us. I do fully understand that the city at this time is not putting into any money into this project, but we are using our reputation by going to the state and saying that this is potentially a viable project. Some might call that goodwill. I just don't think that we are at a point where we know that if this is even going to be something. I mean, I was on the council in 2013. The proposal was brought before us, and there was a lot of hoopla and a lot of potential, but that quickly fizzled out. So I think that something could happen here. I don't know if this is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kovar.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate it. Just had a couple of questions. I appreciate Ms. Grigsby's presentation, which was very detailed and helpful. And the mayor already asked about the use of city funds, and there aren't any in this. And I understand in terms of the housing, the projections are that there will be 35% that would be designated as affordable. Is that still the plan? Can you respond?
I think that's still the plan as far as they know now.
Right. I mean, I understand things can change over time, but that's the notion at this point.
My sense is that if it were to change, it would probably be to add additional affordable housing.
Okay, but and in terms of rental versus ownership, is that still to be determined?
I think that's still in flux.
Yeah, okay. But so you mentioned there would be MOUs that the city would sign with the owner and also with the state. Those relate to, it sounds like, if I understood it correctly, management of the grant and monitoring of the grant and sort of ensuring that the funds are expended properly. Is there some sort of separate contract or agreement with the developer, or they're purchasing it and we're just assisting with the purchasing and providing some aid in terms of the design component that you mentioned?
They would be purchasing the property. The city is not involved in the purchase of it.
Okay. So the risk, sorry, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you.
Maybe I misunderstood the question. Go ahead.
That was, no, so the risk, if you want to look at it that way, is if something were to happen and the project didn't go forward, it's grant funds we got from the state, right? That's what we're talking about.
Right.
And yeah, okay. Well, I appreciate it. I think, and the last thing is, as I understand it, and maybe you can just confirm this, the due date for the grant is tomorrow. And so that's another reason why we're doing this now, right? And this is adding on to the previous grant that we had already gotten approved for.
Yes, it was extended. Originally, it was June 25th, I believe. It was Friday, and then it was extended past the holiday weekend.
That gave us an opportunity to fit this in that might otherwise not have been there, if you want to look at it that way. And so the notion that you mentioned was that there's a requirement, or at least a trend within the industry, for there to be a greater amount of work done, which costs something, before you can go out and seek additional financing. That's the reason behind, or the rationale behind, the seeking of these additional funds. I don't mean to be putting words in your, I keep saying, asking questions, saying right, but I just want to make sure that I'm understanding it correctly. So
you are understanding it
okay,
correctly.
all right. Thank you. I appreciate it, Mayor.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilwoman DeBala.
Yeah, thanks. 3 quick questions, one of which was, so the MOU is focused on the grant and managing the grant. It's not focused on any broader interpretation. So I don't have to ask that again. The second question was to echo the need to share information with the neighbors, not to have community engagement because it isn't a city project, but to continue to let people know what's going on. And third, you speaking of development process, as Councilmember Searcy alluded to, so you mentioned adding stories, I think, and so if there's development on a lot or a redevelopment on the lot, if the footprint is going to, I guess we don't know, will the footprint expand or not? And while it's not too soon, while talking with a potential developer, to remind them that there are city ordinances that apply, particularly stormwater. So I guess those weren't really questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Well, I just want to say thank you for bringing, the presentation was terrific. Thank you so much for that. And we do understand this came up pretty quickly, as sometimes these grant proposals do. And I just want to extend my thanks to you and our whole department on housing and community development. We know that it has been a really, really tough 15 and 16 months, and the fact that not only are you all responding to COVID-19, but that you keep your eye on these long-term projects that really are going to make the difference for our community and how we recover from the pandemic. So I just want to thank you so much for doing that. And I just want to clarify one thing. I think Councilmember Kovar said this, but we've already put in a grant and received a grant for this project, correct? Yes. So we've already gone through this process one for this project and already received a state grant. Okay, well, I'm very excited. I hope we can add your presentation to the city website so other folks can see it and share it out. So I'm gonna, let's see, we have not moved this yet. So I will ask, will someone please move the resolution authorizing submission of the Maryland Revitalization Grant application for acquisition funds and architectural fees for 6530 and 6600 New Hampshire Avenue? Councilman Costick and moved it, and Councilmember Seaman second. Any questions or comments? All right, seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the vote.
Councilmember Kovar.
Aye.
Councilmember DeBala.
Yes.
Councilmember Costick.
Yes.
Councilmember Siemens.
Aye.
Councilmember Smith.
Abstain.
Councilmember, I'm sorry, did you say abstain?
Yes.
Councilmember Searcy.
Aye.
Mayor Stewart.
Yes. And my only request is that we have our council member Schultz at any event about this, because I don't know, in addition to yourself, Ms. Grisby, someone who has put in more time and effort on this property than he has. So thank you so much. So Ms. Grisby, I think we're sticking with you because we have a resolution regarding the proposed boundaries for the minor master plan.
Yes, so I am happy to introduce to the council our new city planner, Alex Friedman, who began in April, and he is going to walk you through tonight's discussion.
Great.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I also have a presentation to share with you, so let me figure out how to make sure that gets onto everyone's screens appropriately. Can everyone see that all right?
Yes.
Great. All right, so again, for those who don't know me, my name is Alex Friedman. I'm the new planner for the city of Tacoma Park, and I'm excited to share a little bit about the status of the minor master plan amendment as we consider a resolution today. So I'm going to start with a little quick summary of the project and where we are today. So in spring of this year, the city of Tacoma Park entered an MOU with Montgomery County Planning Department to create a focused update to the city's master plan, which is known as a minor master plan amendment. A minor master plan amendment is initiated in geographically defined areas where large changes in economic development or land use were unanticipated during the previous master plan update process, which in the case of Tacoma Park was in the year 2000. In this particular instance, the event that triggered that was the departure of the Washington Adventist Hospital campus, well, the hospital, leaving behind a campus which is currently filled with hospital medical facilities, but it is zoned as a property R60, which is for single family residential. So any changes to the way that that campus is used risk running up against that land use challenge. So the process for a minor master plan amendment is run by Montgomery County Planning Department, but with the input and consultation from City of Tacoma Park staff. And if all goes as the county has projected, the whole process to create a full plan would be completed in 2023, which is 2 years from now. It's worth noting that the visual I'm showing you right now is the draft map that was presented at the last meeting where the staff from the county planning department presented a draft boundary. And I want to reiterate that what you see is not a final boundary. The final boundary is, the final determination for the boundary comes from the County Planning Commission, which is where this will head to next for approval. But what you see here is sort of like a rough approximation of what this could be. And in particular, it includes the Washington Adventist University and hospital campuses, as well as sort of the Maple Avenue backbone that has that goes through 4 different council districts. It sort of touches on one end of the Civic Center. There's a number of economic interests along that corridor, as well as sort of immediately adjacent to the boundaries. And there's also a significant number of large multifamily housing buildings. The boundary presented previously reflects an effort from Montgomery County to avoid creating overlapping plans. So to the unfamiliar with sort of the process of setting a boundary, something that looks like this might look really jaggedy and sort of unconventional. But part of that is because we have the county's planning team has expressed to us that there's a strong interest in trying not to overlap planning efforts. And these include those with Thrive Montgomery 2040 and also the county's Attainable Housing Strategies Initiative, which could have implications for the whole county. And if we were to include certain things or not in the boundary, or if the Planning Commission were to include certain things or not in the boundary, it could butt up against each other in sort of unexpected ways. So the boundary that you see in this image is almost entirely just centered around the campus, as well as the civic buildings along the corridor, and then the sort of denser multifamily housing areas. So then where are we today? So this project has come before the council a few times now. Once on March 24th, where there was a briefing from county staff. Then most recently on June 14th, there was a special council meeting where the county staff returned and gave a fuller presentation of sort of the plan for how this process was going to work, gave us this sort of roughed up draft boundary, and also proposed a draft scope of work. Then we're here today to vote on a resolution about whether to endorse this process moving forward. And then the sort of next steps from here are to, once the council takes action, so previously the council, or the county commission was planning to hear this minor master plan proposed boundary and scope of work on July 15th. But the county planning team, sort of in response to some of our feedback as a staff and as a council, was that that's a little bit too soon. We need a little bit more time. So they bumped back the timeline so that the county commission will hear this in the first week of September instead. This big jump into September is due to council recess in August. And that means that July now and in the next couple of weeks is the opportunity for council to convey a position to the planning board prior to their vote in early September. Another part of this delay is that the county planning staff is also going to begin conducting some pre-community engagement, as they call it, where the county staff is working with the city staff to reach out to a few key stakeholders to help set the stage for what will become a much more robust community engagement process once the boundary and scope of work are finalized by the commission in September. And to a question we received earlier in the evening, the county has already reached out to Dr. Spence of Washington Adventist University and a number of other large stakeholders in the area to start building up as robust a process as they can, and will be in close contact with them throughout. And then, as I said, this is expected to be oops, I forgot to move forward in my slides. This is expected to be a 2-year process, hopefully wrapping up at the latest by fall 2023, but also recognition that what the resolution is looking at today is just agreeing to support the parameters, the scope of work and the design boundary, but the hows and what's of the plan are yet to be determined. So I wanted to take a moment to note, in addition, that we added a sort of furthermore be it resolved to this resolution because we wanted to reflect that, especially during the last council meeting, there were some concerns expressed from constituents and council members about specific elements of the draft boundary. And so we wanted to name those for the commission and make sure that they are considering these when they make their final determination. So the first of which is there was a lot of interest and question in including Erie Center, or the sort of commercial residential town district at Flower and Erie. So currently Erie Center, as the county is knowing it formally, is currently previously received a sort of special zoning overlay to add a little bit of flexibility to its sort of commercial and residential uses. However, we also recognize that it's right next to the campus, and although there is a buffer of sort of single family residential between it and the campus, it would be nice for the commission to consider what it could mean for that area to possibly be included. There was also interest in including the Public Works campus, which is just had sort of just missed the proposed boundary. And so although there are no immediate plans for that area, it is zoned as single family residential as well. And so this could be an opportunity to explore whether or not it's meeting that sort of highest and best use. There was also a lot of concern and interest in making sure that there was, quote, a robust community engagement process that includes multifamily units on Maple Avenue. And that is something that for us as a city staff is also really critical, especially because we have a number of overlapping projects in this area. And so we are really excited to put this in as a an assurance that it happens. And we are already in contact with the county staff to try and make sure that we're able to share our contacts and processes with them, and that they're doing the same back with us. And then finally, there was sort of a concern and a request that there be concerted community engagement, not just with the folks who are within the boundary as it ends up, but also the folks who live outside of the boundary who are impacted by the choice of that boundary. And it it is standard process for a minor master plan amendment to make sure that people who are impacted in the surrounding area around a planned boundary are engaged robustly in this process. And we are hoping to make sure that that continues for our process in Tacoma Park, because we all have plenty of stories about when things happen nearby that maybe don't directly impact us, but do have a tangential impact, whether it's on our connectivity or on the uses in the surrounding area. So with that, I would direct anyone, particularly residents who might be watching in, for more information. We have a project webpage on our website that can be viewed here. It's the Minor Master Plan Amendment website. It also links to the county's website, and we'll be cross-posting information from the county's project page to our page, because the county, being the lead on this project, will have the most up-to-date, fullest information. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions that folks might have. And thank you for letting me give my first presentation before council.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Alex. It's good to see you. And I think Councilmember Smith has had his hand up, so we'll start with him.
Alex, thank you for giving us the presentation this evening. So, all this was started with the Washington Adventist Hospital campus being an opportunity for redevelopment. Have you guys actually thought about what you want to see there other than rezoning from R60? Is it, I've had a meeting with Washington Adventist University staff, President Spence and Patrick Farley. It was open to the public, and we talked about their vision of the site and how to incorporate the community. But as city staff, as the actual practitioners in zoning and redevelopment opportunities, have you guys talked about what you want to see on the site, like a boutique hotel, more ownership, rental, multifamily housing, townhomes? What would you guys envision for that site? And then the other question is, how does that connect to Maple Avenue? So you don't have like this one parcel on the hill that is completely different from what is on Maple Avenue.
Both are really good questions. As far as sort of internal staff vision for the project, we, in full transparency, we haven't had robust conversations about that, only because it is so early in, well, first of all, I'm new and still getting my feet wet. So I don't dare make that sort of bold visioning assertion quite yet, before I know as much as I want to know. But also I think that because there hasn't been any sort of analysis from the county yet around economic development potential and sort of the context and circumstances of the area, I don't know that we as a staff would be quite ready to like name what our wish list might be. And for me also, I know that as much as it's fun to be the professional who thinks he knows what's best, also it matters a lot what the folks who live there right now or use that space right now want. So I know that as we move forward in this process, I'm personally going to make sure that that's sort of my first listening point before I bring up my preferred vision for the space. And then as far as sort of how to connect it to Maple Avenue, I think that's also something that is going to be something that is figured out along the way a little bit further into the process. That corridor has been sort of attached to this broader project because there is a lot going on, especially between sort of the campus on one side and the civic center on the other. And with all of this multifamily housing that previously has had an increase, I I forget the exact name of it, but there was an overlay to allow some more flexible uses that hasn't really been activated in any significant ways. And so trying to think of this whole area as in a more systematic way offers more potential to be a little more both like targeted and wider thinking at the same time.
And I would just jump in a minute to say, yes, Alex is right. We are at the very beginning of this process. And the county has a team of something like 25 people who look at the transportation issues, and they look at the environmental issues, and they look at the drainage and stormwater, and what does that mean for the creek? And so we certainly have had conversations about what we would dream there, but we want to walk through the process to see what the impact is on the neighborhood, what's possible there, what makes sense, given the city's focus on race equity and climate change and how that impacts density and some of those kinds of questions. And I would just add about the Maple Avenue question, which I think Councilmember Smith is a really important point. Part of the thinking from the county's point of view, and city staff agrees, is they do not want to do spot zoning. If you look at one individual property and you change the zoning, then you kind of have to ask, what's the point of zoning, which is intended to give people some confidence and security about what they're investing their funds in when they buy a house or build a building. And so they wanted to look at let's think bigger than just the hospital campus, which of course is the most interesting opportunity on the table, given that it's relocated. But let's think more holistically about the neighborhood and the context. And so drawing in the multifamily units on Maple Avenue with the possibility of mixed use zoning, which the county has now, but did not when any of those buildings were built. What does that look like? You know, what's the potential there? How would that engage with whatever happens on the hospital campus? So I think you put your finger right on the key question, one of the key questions.
And if I can, I would just say in conclusion that you should look at what is possible sooner than later, because it's going to be a 2-year process just to do the mini master plan. And once we start engaging the community throughout the entire process, it's not going to be one thing that's going to happen without the community. The community is going to be part of this throughout the process. But we don't want to go through and go down a bunch of rabbit holes. We want to know as soon as possible whether or not someone proposes, I don't know, an urban zoo, right? Whether or not that is actually going to be feasible, so that we don't spend a lot of time and this turns into a 5-10 year project chasing down every idea. That's all I'll say. Thank you.
Great. Next is Councilman Kostick.
Thank you for all the information. And I was thinking a little bit about the transportation aspects of it, in part because you sent an email earlier, Alex, thank you, about the Maple Avenue bike project. And so I'm curious kind of how much, not having been through a mini master plan or a master plan process in depth myself, how much opportunity there is in this process to look really at some of those other things, like what would be an ideal structure for sidewalks and bikes and buses and those sorts of things in this corridor as we're looking at zoning. And then also one of the things we talked about when we talked about the Maple Avenue bike project was specifically the connections for young people going to the schools there as well. And then building on that, to me, one of the things that really needs to be looked at is the distribution of parking and how people are using parking in the area throughout Maple Avenue, but particularly in that northern section that would be part of the mini master plan. Because I think there are a lot of spots in the parking lots that exist that are not being utilized. And it seems like there isn't really an ideal use of space there. So if we can understand better how people want to use parking, it seems to me that then you could, improve the existing parking if there's some way to do that, and that's a barrier that's preventing people from using the parking lots. Or conversely, say, people aren't going to use so many spots here. Can we utilize some of this space for more housing or more commercial or more of some other type of building? So is that the sort of thing that this process will get into, or is that sort of more detailed and nuanced than this involves?
I may call Rosin to touch in on this a little bit, but my understanding is that the purpose of a minor master plan is not to go through extremely fine-grained, detailed vision for this block and that block, but it is meant to give a framework for how to approach issues around environmental quality and transportation and housing and economic development. So I don't want to say anything wrong, so I might defer to Roz to double check that, but I think that is the case.
You're right. You got
it. So then, yes, things like transportation, things like parking on a broader scale, and also a parking lot in a multifamily building is a substantial amount of land and parking. So all of those will go into the analysis that the county does around what's there now and what could be, and how do all those pieces weave together.
That's great. Thank you. That's really helpful. And I think having that information as a framework, as you said, will be helpful as we look at that as a city. And maybe I would hope there might be some opportunities also for us to maybe kind of join in and do our own parallel work, if that's possible as well, looking into some of those issues as this is happening. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Kovar.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation, and good job on your first one. Looking forward to more in the future. Just a few questions I had. One of the points that came up earlier in the public comment was how certain areas were selected to be part of this, including Maple Avenue. And I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. Assuming that the boundary that we'll be voting on tonight is more or less the final one that we end up with, it's not the case that within that entire area, everything has to be zoned the same, right? The idea is just that those are areas that have close proximity to the former hospital site and so could be impacted by it, but there could be a range of different zoning decisions made ultimately after this 2-year process within the affected area. Is that a fair?
That's correct. And that, I mean, it could even mean over the course of this 2-year process, the county and the city as a partner look through all of these things and decide that, some things don't need to change, or some things could change, or some things maybe don't need to change right now.
So if, for example, at the former hospital site, whether it was just to toss a few possibilities out that I've heard mentioned over time, whether that was a commercial or retail place or low-rise housing or school or a pool or any of those kinds of things, that doesn't necessarily dictate changes, or if there were changes, what they would be on Maple Avenue. And similarly, the fact that Maple Avenue has high-rise housing doesn't in any way require that there be high-rise housing at the hospital site, right? So that's part of what will be discussed once the boundary is worked out. And then I know I wasn't able to attend, although I did watch the video, the special session on June 14th, but there was one thing that was discussed in there that I wasn't entirely sure I understood, and that was how the Maple Avenue Complete Street project would get woven into this. And so in other words, that could lead to some changes. It seems like more along the part of Maple Avenue between Philadelphia and Sligo Creek than the other part, and for reasons that we discussed several times during those sessions. But if that continues to move forward, and I realize it's maybe getting toward the 30% design phase only, so it's a long way to go. But is that automatically sort of incorporated into this, or how would that work?
That's a good question. The Maple Avenue Complete Streets project is a city project, and the minor master plan is a county-run project. So they don't automatically match up, but it is in our staff's personal interest and desire to align them as closely as possible, especially because I do think that the timeline for the Complete Streets project, depending on sort of its funding structure, will align fairly closely with how decisions are starting to get made on the minor master plan. And that then means that we are able to drop in the places there that make the most sense. In particular, as the county starts to look at sort of the transportation throughout the whole corridor, it becomes easier to have a conversation about this is some analysis that's already been done.
Could we end up deciding that before this 2-year or so process comes to a close, or do those things sort of work kind of in tandem timing wise?
It's not a given process necessarily either way, but it would be, so right now at this point, they're just sort of moving parallel to each other. And as far as weaving them more tightly together, those are conversations we just.
But the county would understand that it's something we care about and we're interested in, so they're not going to just.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And then just one other question on the issue of adjoining properties. And so I was glad to see the addition of that language in the resolution that talks about that, because if you look at the map, you can see it comes right up against understandably residential areas in several different wards, including Ward 1. So, but I guess I would say, sure, for those houses or residences that are right against it, that's relevant. But even people who live several blocks away in all these different directions or more in terms of transportation could certainly be affected. So is it our understanding when the county does the community engagement process that they're not just going to be saying, well, you're 3 houses over, so you're out? I mean, they're going to be looking at that pretty widely and giving people, if not throughout the city, at least in a broader area than just, the streets that abut, an opportunity to be part of those discussions.
Yes, that's correct. My understanding is that the zone beyond the defined boundary is pretty substantial, and that it includes full community-sized areas that would be impacted.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Sure thing.
Great. Next, we have Councilman Dabala.
Yes, thank you. That was a great presentation, and your responses to questions are enjoyable. Thank you for being here. I have a couple of questions that other council members have already asked, but I have a couple of follow-ups. One is concerning the community engagement beyond the study boundaries. I totally support that the focus should be on the residents that are included in the boundaries for all the reasons that have been discussed. When the county planning department was here a couple weeks ago, they talked about essentially a citywide process. They were a little vague on specifics. And what I'm looking at is the same kind of thing that Councilmember Covart just mentioned, those neighborhoods that abut, right, those few blocks that are right up on top of the study boundary, particularly the boundaries of the property of the Washington and Venice property. And I'd like to, when we get to, I'd like to make sure that we flag that for the county planning board, that we want to have some attention to those folks in terms of the process. So that's one thing. Another was along the lines of issues that are being raised. I've heard a couple of times people mention stormwater. So do you think that the scope of work spells out transportation, stormwater, et cetera, or do we need to spell that out in our resolution? Particularly since the main property is right on top of the creek. So what's your thinking about that?
Roz, I might defer to you to that particular question.
I'm happy to answer that. The county looks very seriously at all their own requirements that are in place. So they have a mandated requirement that's a buffer from the stream valley. They look at those immediate slopes and say, have said to us, there are areas here that are not developable. So their process includes the traffic impact, the stormwater, the zoning and more typical land use kinds of questions, along with the existing overlay zones. And if the commercial overlay zones apply on properties that are now R60 on the hospital campus, what would that look like? They intend to do a very thorough examination of what's possible within those constraints that are already clearly defined in their work and in our work. And we are working in tandem with them. We're meeting every 2 weeks with the handful of lead planners on the project, but they have a team of something like 25 people that are working on this as a whole. And so I don't think that we need to call out. We can ask, especially on things like stormwater and trees, where the city has our own processes, if we wanted to call them out, but because that's already codified in how our development work proceeds vis-a-vis the county in partnership with the county, I don't think it's necessary.
Okay, so if I heard you correctly, they look at county requirements, but they also look at any city requirements in a jurisdiction where they happen to be looking.
So there's a recognition in all our development work with the county of sort of who controls what. I mean, a lot of what we do as staff is who's in charge, right? And so I think if you want to call out that you particularly want to make sure they consider these issues, you can certainly do that in the resolution. I think that the process itself has embedded those concerns and requirements in it.
Okay, thanks. I only ask because particularly with respect to city stormwater requirements being different from the county requirements, and particularly for redevelopment of sites. But those were the follow-up questions I had. Thank you.
Great. Where's the list? Councilman Searcy.
Thank you so much. And I am excited that Erie Center is part of this resolution. So one question I have, and I think this maybe takes us back to the beginning in terms of Councilmember Smith's comments about thinking about what it is that we want or would love in an ideal state versus, how the county might ultimately think through the appropriate zoning levels for a site. And one question I have is there often a little bit of flexibility? I've taken a look at aspects of like the Tacoma Langley sector plan, and usually depending on what you actually bring to the table in terms of a project, there is a little bit of wiggle room, not a lot. Like you can't go from an R60 single family homes to like C whatever, but there is a little bit of wiggle room so long as you're already at give or take the right zoning kind of area. So if we're zoned for higher density on the lot, for example, and we ultimately want to go a little higher because we want to do affordable housing, is it true that there is some wiggle room depending on the use, as so long as it's in the right-ish zoning category?
So Alex, I can answer that if you'd like. Yes, there is wiggle-ish room, as you put it. The zoning code is written in such a way to allow for certain changes in order to advance identified priorities. So for instance, affordable housing is one of them. If there's a height cap on a property and a developer wants to go above that, one way to do it is to provide more affordable housing, and they would allow a higher height for the building. So there are mechanisms built in to advance priorities that are already identified. If you wanted to go from R60, which is what the hospital campus is now, to commercial, this is the time to do it in this mechanism through a minor master plan. There isn't that much variation allowed in the zoning code once it's in place. So the opportunity to rethink this is now. And we had said from the beginning that what we heard from council and what staff wanted to see at this site was things that addressed the step that our priorities of health, housing, and education.
Mhm.
And so we've been back and forth with Montgomery County Public Schools on the possibility of some portion of that site for a school. We've been, talking about what kinds of health issues or what kinds of housing things can be in that property. As it stands now, if we don't do anything, the only options are single family homes on 6,000 square foot lots. And so, so this is the opportunity for the city as a whole, for council to identify what you would like to see there and how to make it happen.
Yeah, and the mini master plan will actually provide us with more flexibility by zoning it, by identifying what the county deems is an appropriate zoning level for that lot, provides us with more opportunities for development at the lot down the line. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Siemens. Sorry, I knew there was one more left.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Friedman. I congratulate you on your first presentation to the council. You've done a good job. I don't have a lot of questions, but I did just want to point out that, some time ago in the census that the Ward 4, which is, primarily Maple Avenue and Lee Avenue, had the lowest automobile ownership in the city of any ward in the city. I don't know if it still stands that way with the current census or not, but I mentioned that mainly because of the, several people brought up the Complete Streets project, which I understand is outside of tonight's discussion, but we see, one of the parking lots for the building that has a lot of vacancies in that parking lot consistently. But most of those apartment buildings have a limit of one vehicle per tenant or per unit. And so parking is really at a premium. And I raise this because I think car ownership has gone up in the ward. And so they do use the street parking quite a bit. And I think that as people think about how they would like to, they kind of drool over these empty parking spots they see, in kind of the way that maybe other people drool over the empty driveways they see in other wards, that I think we'll have to get into a discussion of equity when we discuss that in the future. Anyways, I thank you again for your presentation tonight.
Thank you. And I think that's a really important point to bring up. So thank you for doing so.
Great, thank you. And thank you, Alex. I know we had a resident during public comment raise some questions. I believe we covered all of them. I was trying to keep track of them. And just to add that, I know when the planning department was here, we did stress making sure that representatives from the university were included. And I actually had a meeting with Dr. Spence soon after that to talk to him about this. So I'm glad that they're doing that as well. So great. So would someone like to move the resolution? Councilman Searcy, thank you. Do I have a second? Councilmember Kovar, any other comments, amendments? All right, seeing none, will the clerk call the Councilwoman Dabala?
Yeah, sorry about that. A little slow on the draw here. I did want to propose a clarifying amendment, and let me tell you where it is. It's the last, be it further resolved, the last bullet, conduct community engagement that involves da 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 da. I would like to insert to add at the end, in particular, nearby residential neighborhoods, in recognition of the fact that we've talked about this a couple times. And as both Councilmember Kovar and I said independently, those folks who are closest to the property, who actively use the property in one fashion or another, ought to, I would like the council to signal to the county planning board so they can make sure that staff is clear on the notion that we don't just want a couple of general meetings at the end for the entire city. We would like some active engagement of folks just beyond the boundary lines who still have a very active interest in the property.
Do you want to read the full sentence so everyone?
Yes, so the full sentence, so the third bullet talks about ensuring a robust community engagement with the multifamily units on Maple Avenue. Then the fourth bullet says, and I'll read the whole thing, conduct community engagement that involves the residents and properties that are outside the boundary area, but also impacted by the use of and connectivity with the boundary area. And here's my addition comment, in particular, nearby residential neighborhoods. And I note that in the Long Branch Sligo Neighborhood Association, which is just on the east side, just across the street, has gone on record, commenting to the city and to the county that they would like to be actively involved. They were originally interested in the study, being within the study boundary. It was explained to them that that's probably not really what they meant. So that's another reason why I'm interested in this. And then I remind people, when we talked about this the last time, we discovered that on both the east and west sides of the Venice property, there are a number of buildings that are already single multifamily, even though the zoning in most of the cases is single family. I note again on the Long Branch Sligo side that there are actually some multifamily zones. They're much, much smaller than Maple Avenue, but they're just within a couple of blocks. Like Erie Avenue is not quite on top of it either. They're just within a couple of blocks of the property, separated physically by single family zone that's one house deep. But for a bunch of reasons, I'd like to call out the specific properties right near the physical boundaries of the Venice.
Right. Do I have a second to the amendment?
Okay.
Councilmember Kovar, are you seconding it? All right. Any conversation regarding the amendment? Questions? Will the clerk call the vote on the amendment?
Councilmember Kovar,
Aye.
Councilmember Dabala,
Yes.
Councilmember Costick,
Yes.
Councilmember Siemens,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Searcy, Mayor Stewart.
Yes. Any other amendments? Seeing none, will the clerk call the vote?
Okay. On the amended ordinance, on the amended resolution.
With the amendment, yes, thank
Yes. Okay, Councilmember Kovar,
Aye.
Councilmember Dabala, Councilmember Costick,
Aye.
Councilmember Siemens,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Searcy,
Aye.
and Mayor Stewart.
Yes. Okay. Now, 9:40, on to our work sessions. I saw Mr. Ernst pop on. I think you thought we were doing it a little faster than we were before, but we are going to hand it over to you to do a presentation and discussion of election options for 2022 and 2024.
Yes, thank you. Glad to be here for this discussion on the next election for the city. So since the 2020 elections, the board has really spent a lot of time thinking about our experience from that election and what future elections should look like for the city, in particular for 2022. We know that 2020 was very unusual and we had many new practices in 2020. And so we've been considering how we should continue some of those or change them as we go forward. We really considered 3 options, which I'll talk through those 3 options right now. So those 3 options, the first is vote by mail. So vote by mail is what the city conducted in 2020. The key aspect of vote by mail is that all voters receive a ballot in the mail automatically. They do not have to request a ballot. They just receive one if they're a registered voter in the city. The other aspect of vote by mail is there's fewer in-person voting since everybody's receiving their vote in the mail. So they are mostly receiving ballots by mail, and just an election day site is available for people who have were unable to receive a ballot or otherwise need to come in person. The second option is a parallel process with the county. This is what we originally had considered for 2020. It means that the city would conduct its election side by side with the county for early voting and on election day. So in person, we would be in the same place, but not not at the same ballot as the county. And so voters would go through 2 lines, one for the county, and then after that, they would go through a line to vote in the city election in the same location. The third option is a hybrid of those first 2. In this case, people would be receiving mail that asks them to request an absentee ballot, so encouraging people to vote by mail. But the city would still have normal in-person voting hours that are alongside the county as well. In reviewing these different options, we ended up deciding that we would recommend continuing with vote by mail as we did in 2020, again in 2022. There's a few reasons for this. The first and probably the foremost is that we feel like the 2020 election had a lot of success in turnout and increasing turnout. We know that we went from 24% to over 50%. And that we've seen similar boosts in turnout in other municipalities around Tacoma Park that have also conducted vote by mail elections. So it feels like it's a way to increase participation in city elections. Second, now that we've done it once, we also feel like as a board, we understand a lot of the challenges we faced, some of the lessons we've got from that, and how we can do better the next time. And in the memo we provided, we outlined some of the lessons that we have there. And then third, I think there's a real benefit for flexible staffing that comes with vote by mail. We're not entirely dependent on election day being such a big day. So we're able to move people around, accommodate people who are available, not on a Tuesday from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. or really it's the hours for workers are 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. And so people can come in for 4 hours and just work on some ballots that they've received in the mail. People can come in on a Saturday. There's a lot more options for staffing. We don't have such a surge of people all at once on a single day. And then last, there's, I think, some benefit to having consistency with processes for voters in the city that they know that they've done vote by mail previous election and they will just continue to do so in this next one as well. So there would be no change again in what's happening for voters in the city after they've already had a change in 2020. Now that said, I should say something about options 2 and 3. I do think there's a good case for option 2 in the parallel process that was originally considered for 2020. I think overall we felt that the complexity of doing the election day and early voting would be perhaps more difficult than vote by mail at this point, because we'd have to again learn a whole new election process that we have not done before. There's 5 different polling places that we would have to staff with people, including a chief judge at each place. And I think the city clerk does a lot of work on election day in registering voters, helping with different challenges that we have. And the city clerk could not be at all 5 polling places. We'd have to do a lot more training then for people to make sure that we could appropriately staff all those places. All these are things that could be done, but I think it would be just a bigger challenge for us. And then finally, the third hybrid option, it is something that other places have done. I do think there's a lot of benefits, honestly, but it adds a lot of, I think, staffing and cost, because you're essentially doing both option 1 and option 2. So you need to staff all of that. And that's probably not, I think, realistic for what the city can do. I should say, so I think College Park is doing a somewhat hybrid option, but in doing so, they're also limiting quite a bit their early voting and their in-person voting locations. So they are sending out a form that is an absentee request form. So everybody gets a piece of paper in the mail that says, please request an absentee ballot. So they're really pushing people to get those absentee ballots. But they're also scaling down some of their in-person voting to offset the vote by mail option, or the absentee voting option that they're pushing for. So that's our recommendation on 2022. Before I stop, we did want to talk briefly as well on the 2024 election and beyond, because as the city thinks about the longer term, what an election should look like, there are some things that would need to be done way in advance, several years in advance, in order to accommodate what would be a very different type of an election. And that's what I think the board thinks would be an ideal scenario, which would be a fully synchronized election with the county. In this case, essentially the city ballot would be just incorporated directly into the county ballot. So all voters who are going to the county polling places would fill out a ballot for president or their state representative, and then the city would be on the same ballot. So it'd be very seamless process for voters as they go through it. But there are some hurdles to overcome, namely ranked choice voting, which at this point, the county does not appear willing to add to the ballots. So we would have to somehow reconcile the city's use of ranked choice voting with the county's willingness to do so. If anything were to change on the city's opinion on ranked choice voting, or on the county or the state and their willingness to use ranked choice voting, that would be something that would need several, I think, years of advanced planning in order to go forth with. But we did want to at least recognize that any more integrated process with the county would probably require some discussion that would still need to start now for 2024, or later if you're to do 2026 and beyond. That is all from my side, but now I will turn it over to you for any questions for myself or the board.
Great. Thanks, Brian. I have 2 questions. I'm going to kick us off while my colleagues get to raise their hands. The first is in the recommended approach. I can't remember which number it was, to continue doing the mail. you would still do in-person election day voting, correct?
Yes, of course. You have to provide in-person election day voting for a number of reasons, and so that would continue.
Yeah, just wanted to make sure. I thought I read that, but I wanted to make sure. On the second point, the one you just ended on, thinking about the future, and this may be a question for Ms. Carpenter as well. As you know, we're going to be talking about our legislative priorities next week. Is this something that we need state legislation for to enable us to have the combined ballot? Or even if we don't need it, would it be beneficial to us to have some form of legislation in Annapolis to help move this process along? Do we know the answer to that question?
If I can answer.
Yeah, please.
So state law does, of course, enable municipalities to be on the state ballot. However, there, as Brian mentioned, there are a couple of barriers for our being on the ballot. One of those barriers is ranked choice voting. There are a couple of others. Our non-traditional voters are somewhat of a challenge, but I think it's a bit easier to overcome. I think if the council is interested in pursuing that, I think a combination of, we need to reopen conversations with the state election administrator and the state board of elections to see what's possible now. And then after we have that conversation, then I think additional support with state legislation may be necessary. It depends on how the conversation goes, but I think it's, if you want to keep all our special election qualities, we may need legislative support.
Thank you. We can continue that conversation next week, but I just wanted to get that out there. All right, Councilman Dabala.
Yes, thank you, Brian, for a great report and the written report as well. And thanks so much to the Board of Elections for everything you do. I had a couple of questions, particularly about what was written in the report. But first, a question about the option that you recommend, which I think is the way to go. My question is there any advantage to co-locating that one polling place on election day with one of the county polling places in order to be closer to the action on election day for those folks who didn't get to do their mail-in or drop box? What was the thinking behind being in a physically separate place altogether?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. I think if the county was to proceed with the setup that they used in 2020, then
Oh yeah, assuming that the county has polling places and all that, right?
Yeah, I mean, in 2020, because they had a single place for Tacoma Park at Silver Springs Civic Center, I mean, I think, going forward, that would be something to consider. We would co-locate on election day at that single place. If they go ahead with 5 polling places, as they've done in the past for Tacoma Park, I think we would have the same challenge of if we were to co-locate in just one of the 5, like which one would we choose and why? And that might be equally confusing for voters of where to. So I think we'd probably in that case stay at the community center. Some of those polling places from the county are right next door to the community center. So
that's what I was thinking.
Have people, right? Or you'd be easily able to catch some of the people that are going there.
Okay, thanks. So in the report that you all put together, you mentioned the number of rejected ballots and how you, I forgot the word we used, reconciled them, cured them. But my impression was that when all was said and done, it wasn't very many voters. Okay, that's
right.
Counted, that the efforts, which at that point were ad hoc and certainly in the future would be planned ahead. So the efforts to track down the mail-in voters that forgot to sign or some other mechanical mistake, that actually worked pretty well. And ultimately there weren't that many left that were actually rejected. That's my question.
So I would say, I mean, two points there. Yes, the ballot curing process, I mean, we did our best in that. I would say we did not get that many ballots cured. We still had probably a higher rejected ballot rate than a regular election or a previous election. But going forward, I think there's 2 points here. I think one, we think we can probably reduce the number of rejected ballots. The vast majority of those are due to people forgetting to sign their envelope. They have to sign the envelope. And I think we can do better at emphasizing that. Some other places put like a giant red box around it, so you really can't miss it. So I think there's other things we can do to try to ensure that people sign. And then second, I think knowing that the ballot curing process is pretty challenging to reach people, I think we can have a better plan in place on how to do that, either through candidates, but also one of our issues was just how to track down contact information for some people. So there may be some ways to do more on that, something we have to look into more.
Great. And then my recollection also on election day at this community center, ultimately, there were not that many people who voted in person. And I guess my question is, do you have any sense of whether that is because of the pandemic, or do you think, is that a trend that other communities see, that when given that choice, there's just not a lot of people that wait till the very last minute and suddenly realize they have to go stand online somewhere?
Yeah, that is actually a question I can't answer.
Okay.
Knowing that Hyattsville just had their vote by mail election, I'm sure we can find out what their election day turnout was, and see if it was similar to what we received in our turnout on election day.
Yeah, or if it was, some huge number higher now that things are a little up a little. That would be great. And then I support the idea of pursuing at the state level whether or not we might need some special legislation in the long run to sync the ballots. I'm not willing to give up our special expanded electorate in order to do so. Thanks. Thanks, everyone.
Great, thank you. Councilman Kostick next.
Thank you so much for all your work and for the presentation tonight and the recommendations. To me, the recommendation that you put forward with the primary vote by mail and then the option of voting in the community center, or if it works out to be a different location, but voting some voting location the day of, makes a lot of sense to me for 2020 or 2022. In terms of looking ahead to 2024, can you remind me what the voter turnout numbers are for people who are voting in the county election? I mean, you don't have to give a specific number, but is there a specific, are we more likely to get more people if we have the city election on the county ballot versus doing the vote by mail, or vice versa?
Yeah, so I think for the county, for turnout, we don't have exact for Tacoma Park, but I know at least for 2020, I think the Montgomery County was close to 80% turnout, and so we're at about 53% turnout. And then I think Tacoma Park is very similar in the 70 to 80% on presidential years. I'm not sure the drop off in non-presidential years. Perhaps City Clerk would have more detail on the turnout numbers. Oh, okay. So that's about, we know that's about the number for their turnout.
Okay, so if we were to go with the approach of having the city election on the county ballot, we could expect a higher turnout than just doing the vote by mail option, is basically what you're saying.
Right, so we were at 3% for 2020. And so if we will somewhere between the 80% at the county, we were, at 53. So we would hope to capture more of the people that weren't voting in Tacoma Park elections.
And if we did that, are you suggesting that then we would primarily just have the option of voting on the ballot, not and requesting an absentee and doing whatever kind of other options the county offers, but we would not do our kind of automatic mail out ballot if we did that in 2024?
Yeah, that's right, because we would be then subject to whatever the county decides to do with their ballots, because we would be on their ballot. So if they decide to mail them out, then that's what would happen. But we would be within whatever they decide to do. I do think we would have some alternate options at the community center for people who are not registered with the county. So that would be one of the ways that some of our Tacoma Park only voters would be able to still participate, because they would of course not be on the county ballot.
Okay, thank you. And then obviously, I guess there's the option that the county might in the future do more mail out themselves. Does that seem like there might be some interest at the county level of doing that as well?
Not that I can tell, at least. It looks like for 2022, they're planning to go back to their prior process. I can say that from election year to election year, the number of, excluding 2020 is outlier, the number of absentee ballots that are submitted to the county increases by a few percentage points every time. So there's a general trend for more people voting by mail, but it's somewhat slow. But it seems like they're planning to go back to the normal process as far as I can tell.
Thank you, that's helpful. For 2022, it makes sense to me to go vote by mail for us. And then I think moving forward, if we can start to try to integrate with the county while maintaining our rank choice and the special unique populations that can vote here, I think that would be best. I know that's a challenge, but to try to do that as much as we can, that makes sense to me. Thank you very much.
Great, Councilman Searcy.
Great. Thank you so much. The outline was really, really helpful. One of the things that I am often trying to figure out is, whether or not the juice is necessarily worth the squeeze. And because I am concerned, especially in light of a lot of the new efforts that may be happening in various states in terms of voter suppression, that the more that we might link ourselves and our city elections up to county, state level elections, the more, while it may not be an issue right now, the more potential for there to be issues where things that may happen in terms of voter registration laws at higher levels may impact the ability of certain populations in our city from being able to actively participate in city elections. And so it's starting to make me think that one of the things that may actually be beneficial is we saw a great increase in our voter turnout through vote by mail. We know that some of our populations in the city would experience challenges with alignment with the state election process, and so, or the county election process. And so it makes me wonder, to what extent is the juice worth the squeeze, so to speak, in terms of, are we really creating efficiencies for all in the city by doing the linkage? Or could we potentially find ourselves somewhere down the line with some wonky state law that we may not align ourselves with that might actually limit our ability to have everyone actively participate or create additional confusion for our residents in terms of them being able to participate in our city elections. So those are just some things that run through my mind as I'm thinking about the process. And I actually think the vote by mail process worked really well. I do think that there is a need for us to do definitely more voter registration drives, definitely more education and outreach in in our multifamily buildings, I think is really critical, and doing it well in advance of elections is important. But I do think the vote by mail was something that was beneficial, and I think it worked. And so I agree that 2022 is where we want to be in a vote by mail situation. And again, in terms of 2024, again, I am questioning a lot of stuff, because things that I never thought I would have to question in 2021, I am having to question right now. And one of the things that is important to me is making sure that we have some autonomy in ensuring that the people in our city are able to vote, and they don't question their ability to vote because of what may be happening at other levels of government. So I don't know if the Board of Elections, in addition to thinking about some of the challenges that some of our immigrant populations may experience when they try to vote in a state or county election, and that whole process, or 16-year-olds. But did you all also think about whether or not, if there are other changes to voter laws in the state of Maryland, and how that might actually impact city residents in municipal elections if we are paired?
Yeah, I mean, I think generally the item that I can say that comes up when we're talking about this type of integration with the county is that the city does lose control over some of the voting process. And so then we are, as you're saying, subject to the decisions that the county might be making in the process. I mean, I guess the positive side is the state has been making changes that are often aligning with Takoma Park's election laws rather than diverging. So, same-day registration being the most recent one, is that same-day registration is part of Maryland's new voting practices. So they're allowing people to register. But yeah, I think that is a real challenge. One of the things we've talked about is how we accommodate 16 and 17-year-olds or others who are Takoma Park only voters and may not be able to be part of the county process. And it's not a great, I think, potential system where they have to go to the community center to then, they would need to vote in just the Takoma Park election, or they would get an absent, we would vote by mail just for them. So people who are Takoma Park only would get a ballot in the mail from us. That would be something we would have to work out as well. So we'd still be able to accommodate all of Takoma Park's voters, but we do lose some of that control, and we'll be then you need to pay closer attention to what the state and the county are doing when it comes to their process.
And so, again, I think complexity breeds complacency. Unfortunately, when you make a system too hard for folks, they tend to not participate in it, right? And so if what we're trying to do is think about how to increase participation and increase voter turnout, I tend to lean towards simpler is better. And sending a simple message for folks is perhaps the easiest. So again, I appreciate you all, what you've outlined. I'll say I'm for us moving towards vote by mail, quite frankly, permanently. And I question whether or not we need to continue to go down the path of trying to align or get ourselves on county, state ballots. I think it adds a level of complexity to our election process that might actually cause some of our most vulnerable residents to not be able to actively participate. But thank you so much.
Great. Councilmember Kovar.
Thank you. I know it's getting late. I have a few comments and questions. I'll try to make it quick. One is, we moved to the synchronization so that our votes coincided with the presidential and others. But in some cases, we didn't really get a full test of that, if you want to call it that, because of COVID. And that's no one's fault, but we just don't know. And although our totals increased a lot, the turnout, it didn't get anywhere near as high as the city voters voted in the presidential. And so the vote by mail helped, but didn't get us all the way there. But I was interested, you mentioned that in Ocean City, I think we had originally heard that they were getting about the same number of votes that everybody else was, that they're getting for the other elections. But then there was a drop off, your memo said this time, because of the absentee ballots. Is that something that would be likely to continue? If we had an in-person vote, we had to walk across the hall and vote in a separate room. Do you have a sense for that?
Hard to know. Ocean City is our lone comparative example, and they're not maybe a perfect analogy for what a national park process would be like. So they do their concurrent election in the same building as the county. They don't try to also do early voting and a lot of absentee ballots. I mean, they do absentee, but it's much lower.
Yeah.
So Ocean City captures, at least, so in 2016 is probably the best example that I have, because that was presidential, not a pandemic year. They had about on election day, 86% of the people who voted in-person election day in the county also then voted in-person election day in Ocean City. But they missed all the early voting and absentees from the county. Their actual turnout was then about only 67% of the county total.
So it's conceivable that if we were to try the dual process, now that so many people with their county ballots have gotten kind of in the habit or the taste of voting absentee, we might have that same kind of drop off, right? I know there's no objective answer to that, but I'm just wondering, if I had to decide today, I guess I would probably say going back with the mail-in ballot or vote by mail, you guys call it, would make the most sense, but it's not 100% ideal in my opinion, because the thing that is lost, and I don't know whether my colleagues remember this fondly or not, but I think it's kind of fun to stand around the polling place and have personal interaction with voters, and not to say that you really convince them to vote for you when they weren't going to otherwise. But I know when I've been at, for example, helping out other candidates at, say, the Silver Spring site on years when we weren't having our local election, plenty of people come up and they know how they're voting for president, but they have no idea how they're voting for all the others. And you actually can, help give them some guidance. Now, maybe with COVID having disappeared, we'd all be able, whoever is running, would be able to have those personal interactions in other ways and go door to door and have outdoor meetings and group meetings and all those kinds of things. But something is lost, I feel like, when we don't have that ability to all come together, at these various sites. So I'm not expecting you to respond to that as much as just say that's one thing that worries me. On the counting process, if we do it by mail, I was probably expecting something more than what we had in terms of the ability for the public to watch what was going on. And I was happy to see you guys walking around in there, and I didn't see anyone burning up boxes of ballots or filling out additional ones. So I'm not in any way questioning how the totals turned out, but I think it would be great, since we maybe have a little more time to think it through, if there could be something more in the way of audio or some explanation of what's happening, as opposed to really just kind of not the most exciting TV, but it didn't feel like people really had a chance to know what was going on. They could watch that, and then later on an announcement would come, and that would be it. It didn't seem connected, the announcements of the totals, to what we were watching on TV. So if there's a way to improve that, maybe you guys have thought about it already, that I'd just be interested in hearing about that.
Yeah, I mean, I do think for, I mean, hopefully, I think we can hope that in the 2022 election that the ballot processing and counting would be much more open for people who are interested in coming to observe the process in person, and they could be right in the room, ask questions, and learn about what's happening. So I think, you know, that alone would contribute a great deal to candidates and others who are interested to be able to really follow what's happening.
Right, without COVID being there. And I think the other thing is how the totals were announced and how they changed over time. Again, it was a big job, so I'm not criticizing the amount of time it took, but the process seemed a little random at times, and it was hard to know really what to look and to expect. So that's also something. And maybe if it's in person, the totals are just up there, people can watch, you know, as it goes along. Then just one last thing on the idea of combining with the county in 2024. I mean, it's just hard to see how to do it. And I agree with others who said, you know, having a separate, I mean, we couldn't have a separate physical voting place for non-citizen voters. That would seem just very, you know, unpleasant way for people in that situation to vote, and they probably wouldn't do it. So I think if there's a way to somehow combine with the county in 2024, that'd be great. But you know, I'd probably lean toward having absentee for all of our non-traditional voters as opposed to having a physical place for them. So those are my thoughts.
And I should say, and there's a reason also that one of the reasons that we also moved away from having the Tacoma Park only voters being just the non-citizen voters. We now, that list is not labeled as such, is not purely comprised of only non-citizens. It is people who've chosen to register only with the city for whatever reason. And so and one of the rationales there is that we don't want to create a list that it feels like it's trying to pull out a select group of people some way.
Thank you.
Great. Well, what I'm hearing from the council is that the recommendation for the board for the 2022 election sounds like it makes sense. There's some hesitancy on the 2024 recommendation, and I think we need to have some more questions answered and think about it a little bit, and whether or not we want to move forward on a legislative request in Annapolis. It could also be something that's enabling legislation, and it doesn't necessarily need to tie us to making a decision, but at least opening up the possibility that in the future we could combine elections. So that's something for us to consider. So I think if the board has any more ideas about 2024, we'd love to hear them. But for now, Brian, is that good enough direction so that we can keep things moving and on target for upcoming elections, which I can't even believe I'm talking about.
Yes, no, that is great. We appreciate that guidance and your feedback. So I should also say we appreciate everybody who filled out our candidate survey. That was really good to see all the comments we got, and it has helped us think about some of our plans for 2022 and how we can change some of the things that we were doing. So I'll add that little note of thanks to everybody as well.
Perfect. Jesse, do you have anything else?
I just want to add really quickly, and I know how late it's getting. I just want to note that this will be Brian's last appearance before the City Council as a chair of the Board of Elections and as a Tacoma Park resident. So
we knew that was coming. I was hoping if you didn't say it, it wouldn't be true.
Yeah, I wish, but.
So yeah, Brian, I'm sorry that your last meeting is again still virtual. because I can't, I mean, I just want to express our deep and sincere thanks to you, particularly to all the work that you have done in chairing the Board of Elections. This is not an easy job. You have done it with amazing skill and just, I can't say enough. And thank you for all your hard work on all of this. And you will be truly missed as the chair of our Board of Elections. So, and I hope you're not going far.
No, we are going to Hyattsville.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Good.
not far.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
It's
then
a good place. If you can't be in Tacoma Park.
if you can't be in Tacoma
Hyattsville
Park, you
will
might as well
do.
be in Hyattsville, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully maybe in the fall when we have not, in person again, you will come back so we can properly thank you for all your service to the city. So
Thank you. It's been great being here.
thanks. Great. All right, then we'll move on now to, we'll kind of, we're going to turn to redistricting consultants. And I think I'm turning it over to Josie, to you to.
Yeah,
walk
I'll
through
take
this.
it. So hopefully everyone had a chance to review the memo, but I'll briefly summarize. In preparation for redistricting following the census, we issued a request for proposals for redistricting consulting services. We received 5 proposals. I was pleased with that. Rosalind Grigsby, Dan Powers, and I participated in a review of the proposals, and we have a strong recommendation to go with Flow Analytics. One of the reasons was their focus on public engagement, and also a lot of their more recent experience with redistricting. One of the things we've learned is that these companies also do a lot of school boundary districting work. So that's a area of work that they pursue as well. And they have a lot of recent experience with that as well. So the basic proposal from Flow would cost $37,810. That would include the demographic analysis and mapping work, 3 meetings with the city council, plus 2 other public meetings. Flow would partner with Bloom Communications on the public engagement and public meetings. Flow would develop and refine up to 5 redistricting proposals for the council to consider based on the data, the redistricting criteria determined by the council, and public feedback. We recommend adding into the contract the use of this district scenario modeler, which enables the public to redraw boundaries as they choose, taking into account what they see as communities of interest, and maybe they have better ideas, and Flow will take into account the comments and maps received from the public. The council can also make its own maps in that process. So that's an additional $6,660. And then they also offer a redistricting engagement portal that we recommend. That's another $1,800 or so, just to keep, our thinking is to keep it all together, to keep the whole project together. So we recommend that the ordinance authorize a contract amount of up to $50,000 for the project. If the council determines that more public engagement, more public meetings are needed, then we should consider increasing that amount. Once the contract is awarded, if it's awarded to Flow, the process would begin with review of Tacoma Park information with city staff and consultation with the city attorney on redistricting criteria and development of a work plan and schedule. We would anticipate Flow presenting very early in September to the city council to describe the redistricting process and get council feedback to finalize the criteria for redistricting, and then go on from there with the plan to have everything completed in January or at the very latest February 2022, to have the process completed, meaning the council having adopted a redistricting plan. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you for that overview and for the materials that were sent to us. Does anybody have any questions? This will come back to us for a vote next week.
I should add.
Yeah, you can.
I'm sorry, I should add quickly that I left off. We did not include this funding in the FY22 budget. We had it on a list of things. It's not in the budget. And so we will propose that it be added in the budget amendment that's forthcoming. So if you start to move forward on this next week, it would be a first of a 2 reading ordinance because it is not
Not
in the budget.
Thank you. Councilman DeBala.
Well, that was one of my questions, so that's easy. The other questions had to do with the outreach. I agree. The proposal to do a lot of outreach and the selection of this particular consultant, because that's what they can do, it is very, very worthwhile. I was wondering what the purpose of the very first public meeting would be. So there were public meetings and it seemed like one of them was up front. And if there are only 2 public meetings, is that really what we want to do? Could you explain that? And the other thing was it said other outreach. Just briefly, what were you thinking?
Right. So well, just to start with the first public meeting would be really an educational meeting to explain what redistricting is, why it matters, what the criteria that must be included, but then also to get feedback from the public on other criteria that the council might want to consider. So that's why that meeting and that first meeting with the council will be have a similar purpose. And then the second one would be more the map making, working with maps, Q&A with the consultant and talking about options. What was the other question? I'm sorry.
Other types of outreach, because again, not everybody goes to community meetings and that we don't want to leave them out.
Right. So we would be working with Bloom Communications and with city staff as well to develop an outreach plan for a communications plan for the public engagement.
Thanks.
Sorry, dropped my phone. Any other questions? No? All right. I think we'll bring this back. People may have more questions as they look at it before the vote next week. But there is anything in particular you want us to look at or think about some more, just send us an email before we have to vote on this next week. And it is a 2 reading ordinance, so.
It will be, yes. Yeah. Thank you.
Great, thank you for putting that together. All right, next we have discussions of committees. And then after that, purchasing code amendments. So turning, I know, hope everybody had a Red Bull. Okay, so I'm turning it over to Councilman DeBala, Searcy, and Kostick to go over committees.
So hopefully while Councilmember Searcy pulls up the presentation, I'll just dive right in and say that tonight what we want to do is get buy off on the recruitment plan and on the supports that we can provide. Particularly want to get feedback on the stipends. We have a little more detail on that. And then the next time you hear from us, which will either be next week or the week after, will be specifically around code changes reflecting a lot of the things we've discussed up until now, but we're not doing that tonight. So I think that Councilmember Searcy was going to start us off.
All right, so I'm going to go through these slides like lightning, primarily because it's 10:30 and we still have the procurement item. Councilmember DeBala just walked through the goals for tonight. And so I just want to, let me make sure that this closes. I just want to quickly walk through where we are in terms of the committees. So just as a quick reminder, for the quasi-judicial and regulatory committees, we're retaining 5 groups: Board of Elections, COLTA, Ethics, Police Pension, and Tree Commission. We're discontinuing 2 groups, the Personnel Appeals Board and the Facade Advisory Board. And we're basically extending, and we'll reconsider one group within a broader context of public safety, which will come to us next week, some of those recommendations, and that's the Noise Control Board. So in terms of our standing committees, where we agreed to retain 5 groups: Arts and Humanities, Emergency Preparedness, Grants Review, Rec Committee, there will be a renaming, as well as Youth Council. The idea is that we will seek group input in terms of the phase out or the transition of 2 committees, the Commemoration Committee and the Nuclear Free Committee. And then we talked about discontinuing 2 groups in their current form. The Committee on the Environment, where we would reconstitute it as a future sustainable Maryland Green Team, and the Complete Safe Streets Committee, with the idea that we might develop future either a single task force or multiple task force designed to address Vision Zero goals and actions. So we also talked about code changes that would need to happen. So what we talked about was a common standing committee purpose in the code, which we've gone through ad nauseum. Everyone should have it committed to memory. There will be a quiz. The common membership structure, terms and bylaws. So just as a reminder, we talked about 7 to 9 members. There will be 2 3-year terms staggered. There will be limited exceptions where appropriate. As was discussed, there are some committees that would need to have certain kinds of exceptions to the structure just by the nature of their work. And then we would work with committees on minor code changes as needed. The committee's specific purposes and procedures in code for quasi-judicial and regulatory committees is something that we're going to need to do, and we are having conversations with Skip about that. And then what staff has already come to you all and told you a little bit about is the plan for upgrading the membership orientation and training. And that includes the code of conduct. And then we also talked a little bit about the annual council review of the committee structure and the committees themselves. And so with that, I will turn things over, I believe, to Councilmember Costick.
Yes, and I am going to talk just briefly about our recruitment and appointments for committees. So again, our goal here is for us to have more diverse, productive committee members who represent many segments of our community. So as we've talked about before, we propose having a semi-annual recruitment with 2 different recruitment periods and appointment periods during the year, where we would appoint the largest majority of committee members. So there might be an emergency situation, very rarely, where we might need to appoint someone outside of those. But for the most part, we would be doing all of our recruitment and all of our appointments twice a year, starting this fall in September, with the appointments happening by October 15th, with a subgroup of council taking an initial review of the applications and making recommendations about appointments. There would be a common application form for all committees and common criteria for member selection. There might need to be some specifics for specific committees, but for the most part, it would be kind of a general common structure and common criteria. Next slide, please. And so in terms of our work this fall, our timeline would be to develop our messaging this July, working with city staff, and then starting in August, having some outreach in August, and then the bulk of the effort for outreach being in September, and doing both broad coverage and more targeted outreach. So some of the things that we have talked about as a council and that we're proposing here are announcements in the city newsletter, on social media, and also on city TV. Doing specific social media ads that could be targeted to people who are not already liking or friending the city of Takoma Park, but are geographically located here. Council outreach through listservs and direct recruitment in September. So that would be a responsibility that we as council members have to make sure that we're spreading the word about this. outreach to community and school groups, multifamily buildings, neighborhood associations, both by city staff and by council members. So trying to do some targeted outreach as well as combining our outreach when we're doing other things to make sure that we have that information about committees and we're ready to distribute it to people. Flyers in multiple languages so that when we're out and about, hopefully more in the future than we have been, we can distribute those to people. Outreach by current committee members, and then possible presence through a table or some other outreach mechanism at National Night Out, Crossroads Farmers Market, and or other locations to specifically be reaching out to people and encouraging people to think about applying for committees. So that's kind of our general outline of our recruitment strategy. And then that feeds a little bit into talking about some of the committee member supports, which I believe Councilmember Dabala is going to talk about.
Yes, thank you. So that recruiting plan, just to highlight again, the role that the council would have would be in actively recruiting in your ward, both through your listservs, your newsletters, community groups, and neighborhood and tenant associations that are in your ward. So member support. So last time we talked about a number of supports that we could provide, and the low-hanging fruit is mostly already happening. And so remote participation can continue, flexible meeting times and locations, audiovisual support for folks who need accommodations. All of that already is possible. Snacks at meetings can be reimbursed. We talked about setting aside funds for stipends. That's the main thing we want to get your sense of tonight. We'll get to that detail in a minute. Loaning laptops, internet access, hotspots, that's fairly inexpensive. Reimbursing individuals for childcare, transport, possibly trainings is also relatively inexpensive, given that most folks won't be asking for it if there is a stipend. To remind you for the next round, because we're doing this every 6 months now, in-person childcare in the building is tricky to work out. Document translation is possible, but it's not nailed down yet for people who do not have English as a first language and may not be able to read technical or legal documents so easily in English. One-on-one coaching is possible, but again, a lot to take on right now. So turning to the main thing we want to address tonight with you. Next slide, please. The stipends. So how stipends might work would be, we are recommending that they be available to all members, not to some subgroup of members. And then you have to define criteria or rely on requesting. You have to have staff to review that and ensure, make sure that's all working out. So we think people are volunteering their time to the city, and we want to offer them all a stipend as a sign of respect. It would be promoted during the recruitment, so folks know it's out there as an option. It would be actually offered, and you could sign up for it or choose not to sign up for it at the orientation session when you first start. The thought is that it would be paid quarterly based on committee attendance records. Committees are already taking attendance records. Quarterly is much more manageable for staff than monthly. And it would likely require a budget amendment because it's not in the budget at the moment. So we looked at city staff looked at the experience of other communities in offering stipends. There's not a lot of experience out there. There are a few examples. They offer between $40 and $60 a meeting. So not an hourly, not time for prep, but a flat, you you come to the meeting, this is the stipend. The other point on that is to note that of the communities that offer it, many target a particular group of committees or particular committee, like the planning committee or the tree commission or the housing group review board, not necessarily what we were talking about, which is everybody, all committees. So we broke down the costs into two groups. So if we offered it to all the committees that we are considering having now, Councilmember Susie just went through some, we're losing some. And we have the 7 to 9 members, et cetera, all of that, it works out for everybody to about $40,000 a year. For quasi-judicial only, COLTA, Board of Elections, et cetera, Tree Commission, the estimate is $25,000. So that is why we're coming to you tonight to say, is this something that we would like to allocate? Which of the two do you prefer? Because the sooner we can say in the recruitment process that this is something that is available, we believe that'll be an important point for recruitment. I'd like to stop there for a minute and say, are there any comments on this point? And then close with highlighting what the council member role is in several of these areas, recruitment and committee supports.
Great. And then we'll be able to go back and talk about the other stuff too, right?
Oh yeah, okay, so never mind. Why
don't you finish up and then
let's finish out and then back up. Yeah, okay, last slide, please. One more slide. I thought there was one more slide. Yeah, there it is. So just to highlight, so for council in particular, we'd like your support on this recruitment approach, and we actually have a meeting scheduled tomorrow to start working on this with staff, to lay the plans in July so that in August, some of the preliminary things can happen. And so by September, by Labor Day, we're rolling. We'd like you to each actively recruit in wards and with community groups, and we'll supply you with materials to do that with, suggested wording, et cetera, flyers, approving the funds for the stipends. When we get to it later this month, approving the code changes. And when we get applications, there'll be a need for a subgroup to review the applications based on some criteria that we've developed. We don't need to talk about tonight, but to review them and make recommendations back to the council. That subgroup does not need to be the 3 of us. So backing up to the 2 questions, recruitment plan and stipends, and I will turn the discussion management over to the mayor.
Great. Councilmember Kovar, I thought I saw your hand up. Do you want to start?
Just 2 questions, and I apologize, I had to step out for just a moment. So what I missed on the stipend concept was how much that works out if everybody took it, and I assume that's what you were projecting it out for, how much per committee member that was.
That was, this is based on $40 a meeting. $40 a meeting is part of the range of the few communities that do this already. 40 to 60 is the range.
So $40 per meeting per person is what you're talking about.
Yes.
Okay. And then you mentioned the schedule for the recruitment, which is working out the message in this month, some in August, and then a more active effort in September. And so are we doing, is it your plan that we would make the decisions on changes two committees, including those that could be eliminated or modified, et cetera, in July? Is that the current plan?
I think the answer is yes. The city attorney has been working on code changes to reflect the recommendations that we made and that the ones as modified by discussion. And I just don't know right at this moment whether those will be available by this coming Wednesday or the one after. Because they need to be posted ahead of time, et cetera.
Right, okay, but so if that needs to happen in July though, right, in order for that recruitment table to work, I guess, right? Because
I would think so, yeah.
Okay. But so since a few of the phase outs could be controversial, that those have been recommended, are we going to have time for the community to react to those too during this month? I guess that's the key question, right? So we'll have to see how that goes, I guess, if we have the time to get all that done this month.
My understanding was that the city clerk was going to send a note to all the current committee members, alerting them that we extended their terms and briefly referring to the code changes so that folks can comment.
I guess for the general public, I guess is what I'm thinking about also. And there are probably people who want a nuclear-free committee who like it, you know what I mean, like the existence of it. So.
Mayor, do you have anything to say on that?
Well, we have been discussing this for months. So I think that is our responsibility as elected officials to engage members of our community and make sure they know this is coming up. I mean, I think we had the conversation about the nuclear free committee over a month ago. So
yeah, I will say as well, Mayor, that, in addition to the outreach that the city clerk is doing around term extensions, prior to when we were engaging and developing the initial recommendations, the subcommittees has reached out to all of the committees in one form or another to either solicit their feedback regarding potential changes and making them aware of what proposed changes might be. Now, there may be folks that may not agree with the recommendations that have been put forward, but they have been made aware of what was being put forward. So Councilmember Kovar, if your concern is whether or not this is out of the blue, I would say, no, it's not out of the blue. Will there probably be a desire for there to be additional conversation and rebuttal from some folks that may be a part of different committees that we're recommending transforming? Most likely. And so I think, if there's a need for there to be, again, the city clerk is reaching out, we can definitely make sure that folks are aware that we're continuing these discussions on committees, and they're more than welcome to come out during, public comments to let, or email us to let their voices be heard. But we have reached out and had lots of conversations with the current committee members on some of these proposed changes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Can we go back to the slide on recruitment? I just wanted to. Oh, wait, yeah, no, back to that. Yeah, this one. And you may have outreach community, just to specify on the outreach to multifamily buildings, one of the things that, I think Grace may have this, or a council member Siemens may know this as well, particularly for the buildings in his ward. There are a number of buildings that have their own newsletter that they put out either monthly or whatever. And I know there's a couple that we have been able to get city announcements in, but I think figuring out which of those, that might be a good way to get some of the multifamily buildings. The other thing I was thinking about is, as we start up community programs again, maybe, doing a push through that, like before care and after care, when people pick their kids up from school, or from the rec center, or some of the other programs, we may reach some different folks that way.
Yes, those are both great ideas. And it reminds me that that ideally this would engage many different city staff. Something we were hoping to talk with the acting city manager about, because the connections to the targeted groups, as you just said, are through recreation, they're through housing, they're through other avenues than the city clerk's office, as wonderful as the city clerk is. And so that's just something to flag for the acting city manager.
Yeah. Great. And the other thing I wanted to note on just the timeline to consider is that the Tacoma Park Street Festival is a go for October 3rd this year, and there could be an option of doing tabling at that. Now, I think we hit a lot of people who actually aren't really Tacoma Park residents, so it might not be worth bumping the dates, but I just kind of wanted to throw that out there as another event where there's a possibility of tabling, and it's going to be October 3rd.
Yeah, we did. That's exactly the thought process we went through. It's October 3rd. It's great. And it's thousands of people who don't live in Tacoma
Park. Yeah.
And could we take that energy and take those hours, whether it's staff or council members or committee members, and put that more focused?
Yep. Cool. And I love the idea of the stipend. I like the idea that it's a pilot. I think what you all have laid out here is a good idea. I probably realistically, since we didn't budget it for it, and we just learned we didn't budget for the redistricting consultant, and we're still figuring out when we're getting the ARPA funds in, if we want to start this in the fall, probably starting with the quasi-judicial committees is the most prudent to do now. But I hope maybe we could, see and extend that quickly. But yeah, maybe start with those and then iron out the wrinkles and things, and then be able to broaden it. So thank you. Councilmember Kovar. Oh, no hand. Okay. All right. So it sounds like green light on the stuff that you presented. Any other areas you need our feedback on, or at this point?
No, one thing that I do just want to make sure I'm clear about, because it sounds like because of, budgetary concerns, folks are open to us starting on the stipends with a quasi-judicial only. Is that where, are we in agreement on that? Because I'm just trying to make sure that staff would be able to know what line item we would need to finalize for a budget amendment.
Yeah.
Stipend.
I mean, I'd love to do all committees. I also defer this maybe to the acting city manager to see how she's feeling. We just started our fiscal year. So if we want to, I feel like if we want to do this right away, the quasi-judicial only might be the best way to do it. But if there's a pot of money she found,
yeah, I mean, so we did have about 125,000 that was added during budget reconciliation for community engagement and racial equity engagement efforts. So that's one area that, but I'll say if we do the 25,000 now, and then if we know more about the ARPA revenue reimbursement by September, we could then add in the rest of the committees maybe in September.
Cool.
I think just to note, I think one of the challenges with regard to adding in later, which we certainly can do, is that we miss the window in terms of recruiting. So I think we still can look at adding in additional funds later and doing it in the next recruiting cycle potentially, but just to keep in mind that may change the calculus for the recruiting. But on the other hand, I think, in some cases, the quasi-judicial committees are a little less kind of, bright and shiny and exciting. it can be harder to recruit people to sit on those sometimes than to sit on some of the ones that might not be quasi judicial and might just at first glance seem like a little more fun. So that might also be a good incentive to get people to think through the quasi judicial.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. Some of the committees will certainly be ARPA eligible. So, you know, it won't necessarily have to be entirely general fund. So we could, you know, do a general fund increase for quasi judicial and then, you know, 40 under ARPA now.
All right. Well, why don't we look at that and Ms. Clark, you can bring back a recommendation. To
Okay, will do.
But what I'm hearing from council is, yes, we want to go in this direction. And it's just a question of, do we stagger it? Do we go all in? So.
Okay.
Great. Awesome.
Great, thank you.
All right. It's 5 to 11. Let's do purchasing.
Yes, maybe not the best topic to be the last item on the agenda, but I hope Skip has joined us. I hope he's still awake. So this evening we'll be starting the process of updating Title VII, which is the chapter of our city code related to purchasing and taxation. This will be a little bit of deja vu for some of you because I think most of this council was present the last time that city staff tried to do substantive amendments to this section. That was in, I believe, the fall of 2018. And we had 2 work sessions at that time. There were a lot of great amendments that emerged out of those 2 work sessions, but the staff at the time weren't quite able to bring it to fruition. One, because it was kind of difficult to track the changes in the document at the time, and then 2, because council wanted a second legal opinion. And so Skip has been very helpful throughout this process. He's helped many other municipalities with their purchasing codes. And so we've been grateful to kind of have his fresh eyes looking at this. But this is something that really impacts staff on a daily basis. It impacts council's time on a weekly basis. And it's really important to how the city spends its money effectively. So we did take the liberty of building on the amendments that were presented in 2018. So we kind of took those and added to them. So we do have the amended language already prepared that we can start reviewing. I did want to start this evening by giving a quick PowerPoint overview of about 10 minutes, just so you're prepared for what you're going to see in the amendments. And then if there's time remaining today, we can start looking at some of the actual language, which is already prepared. All right, so I'll kick things off. All right, so why revise the purchasing code now? So first of all, the purchasing code has not been substantively revised in more than 20 years, with the exception of those 2 work sessions in 2018. So a lot of the code provisions are outdated. We haven't kept up necessarily with best practices. So there are certain administrative burdens and just a lack of flexibility within the code in terms of allowing staff and the city to take advantage of the many purchasing options available to them compared to other cities. So that's an issue we want to address this evening. But also, you know, we're at the beginning of a new fiscal year. We're about to have a new city manager, and we are getting, you know, we have more funding to administer responsibly this year than we would in a normal year. So it is important timing, and that's why we're revisiting this section of the code now. So the goals for our discussion this week and next week are to really facilitate the purchase of quality goods at competitive prices and making sure that our purchasing process is efficient and effective. So there's a certain streamlining that we want to take place. However, at the same time, we have to safeguard the fairness, accountability, and transparency of our process. So we'll be, you know, those are our 2 overarching goals. So you'll see amendments that are intended to eliminate just old inaccuracies in the code. You'll see amendments that are incorporating what we know today to be best practices. You'll see some amendments that are improving our checks and balances. So making sure that there's an appropriate level of review. And then overall, we hope that we'll continue to be able to make more timely and effective purchases. So let's get right into it. So I'll start with the most straightforward revisions. So you'll see some amendments that just we're correcting the scope and we're correcting old language. So for instance, in the current code, there are references to federal funds, contracts, and regulations in the existing code on the left, but state and county are not mentioned. So in the proposed amendments, we're adding in state and county. There's also references to a purchasing agent and city administrator. We thought that the more appropriate terms would be city manager and city manager's designee. And so those are straightforward changes that you'll see throughout the document. Another rather straightforward amendment that we're proposing is that we wanted to make sure that the structure of the overall code chapter made sense. So, our city attorney has advised us to make sure that the code is the legal framework, and then the details of the code provisions that might need to change or be updated or be a little bit flexible year to year should be moved to administrative regulations. So you'll see that in two sections. So in the existing code, we have a section on environmentally preferable purchasing. We are proposing keeping that language, but moving it from the code to administrative regulations so that we can really keep up with federal government changes and industry standards on a year-to-year basis. There was also a section related to purchasing that is in another section of the code related to the nuclear-free zone regulations, and we thought it made sense to take that purchasing section and actually put it in the purchasing code chapter. So that was just a simple movement of language, but there also are some very detailed provisions in that section that we feel should be kept, but moved to administrative regulations. So again, that's just dealing with kind of code structure. Another key change we made to the code structure is that we've added in guiding principles at the beginning of the code chapter. So a lot of other cities have these. And again, this goes to the idea of the code should be the guiding legal framework, and then details are worked out in the regulations. So one of the factors that we want our staff to consider when they're making purchases are sustainability and social equity considerations. So in our existing code, we don't have any socially responsible purchasing considerations or principles. And we do have the environmentally preferable purchasing considerations, but we wanted to also add in a broader sustainability factors. So these are now sustainability factors and social equity factors are now at the very beginning of the code chapter, and staff are asked to make a good faith effort to incorporate sustainability and social equity when writing their specifications. And at the bottom of the slide, you can see some examples of what those might be. Social equity in particular would focus on the use of minority and/or women-owned businesses, the use of local businesses, and human health impacts, just as a few examples. All right, so let's get into so those were the kind of more straightforward amendments that we're proposing. Now let's get into what will probably be the crux of some of our discussion this evening. So in terms of awarding authority, and by awarding authority, we mean council's authority to do a formal review or a two-reading ordinance. The current trigger for that in the existing code is $5,000 for professional services and $10,000 for goods and products. The city manager approves any purchases below that threshold. In our proposed amendments, we're proposing increasing those thresholds to $50,000 for council approval, city manager approved purchases less than $50,000, And then the city manager must sign contracts for all purchases greater than 30,000. The city manager's designee, so that would be myself or a department head or a procurement officer, should the city decide to get one in the future, could approve purchases less than 30,000. And just to provide some context there, our current threshold for council approval is low compared to similarly sized cities in the area. And so in this table, we've included other cities with their budget sizes compared to ours. And you can see that we are pretty low. And so we really haven't kept up with inflation. So really practically all of our purchases require formal approval by council via single or two reading ordinance. And I did want to give some examples of kind of the purchasing ordinances that council has approved in the past that are within the dollar range in question. So the items listed here under what we're proposing would no longer be subject to formal council approval outside of course, the budget ordinance, which is annual. And so these would be things like balloting services for elections, annual tree planting, replacing windows in the community center. And many of these are often routine and related to our core services, it seems, when you look at the global reporting. When we look at higher range purchases that council has approved in the past, these are obviously more substantive purchases. So, we have multiple bus shelters, we have multiple vehicle purchases for the police department and for public works, the public works dump truck, extending the contract for our auditors, doing a substantive upgrade of digital video infrastructure in the auditorium. So these are bigger ticket items that would, of course, still be subject to council approval. Another proposed amendment. So while we are increasing the formal approval threshold for council, we're also adding in more reporting requirements. There really aren't many explicit reporting requirements in the current code. So the city manager in the existing code must provide a report listing disposed equipment and goods to council on a quarterly basis. I don't believe this has actually been happening in practice. So as part of this purchasing code reset, we need to resume that practice. And then outside of that, the city manager must report when there is a sole source or emergency procurement, or when fewer than 3 quotes are obtained for professional services. And so we'd like to actually add in more reporting requirements now that we're changing the threshold, and require periodic, but at least annual reporting to council regarding all purchases between 30,000 and 50,000, and all emergency purchases between 10,000 and 30,000. And that would be on an annual periodic basis. And then immediate report to council regarding all emergency purchases above $30,000. We're also proposing a change to competitive bidding requirements. So again, in the existing code, any purchase over $10,000 has to go to competitive bid. And anything below that amount, we have to get at least 3 quotes or proposals. So essentially for any purchase, whether it's pens or staplers, we city staff are still asked as the code is written to get 3 quotes for any purchase. So that really hasn't been practical, and so we're proposing competitive sealed bid requirement be raised to 30,000 to give staff a little bit less administrative processes for purchases between $10,000 and $30,000. But for purchases in that range, we're asking that staff still obtain 3 proposals. It just won't have to go to competitive bid. And then we're asking that for purchases under $10,000 that staff make a reasonable effort to obtain lowest cost for their purchases. And again, just to kind of highlight the time trade-off here. So currently, the typical process for a $15,000 purchase would be, obviously through the budget process, staff identify the need. We solicit information from vendors to develop a cost estimate, and then we include that funding in the annual budget. But then when it comes time to actually make the purchase for that $15,000 purchase, staff are developing the RFP and evaluating the bids, selecting the vendor, drafting the agenda item, joining the council meeting. Council considers the agenda item over multiple weeks generally, and then approves the purchase. So the red circled area can take anywhere from 2 to 3 months for a $15,000 purchase. So we'd like to just raise the threshold slightly to allow staff to make more routine purchases with more timely. We're also proposing additional exceptions to competitive bidding that are based on best practices used by other cities. So in our current code, we provide exceptions for emergency, sole source, and cooperative purchasing. We're proposing that we retain those exceptions, and then we've created a few new exceptions, namely for limited term sale offers. This is when there's a lot of inventory available for a discount at the end of the fiscal year. Our staff would like to be able to take advantage of those savings. An example of that would be library. There's a lot of book sales towards the end of the fiscal year. And then rider contracts, which allow us to ride on contracts with other governmental entities and circumvent the competitive bidding process. And then we also added, again, this is a best practice. Many other cities have a list of exempt transactions that are difficult to competitively bid. An example of that would be utility services. We don't want, that is hard to competitively bid. So we looked at cities in the area and saw, exempt transactions that they had in common and added that into the competitive bidding exemptions. And then finally, other proposed amendments, the current code does not provide explicitly for multi-term contracts or indefinite quantities contracts. And again, these are typical purchasing mechanisms used by other cities, so we'd like to add those in. But we've also set limits to the city manager's authority for multi-term contracts, and we can discuss that when we're going through the amendments. So next steps, we'd like to begin to look at the language that we're proposing and get council's feedback on that language, make adjustments to the amendments based on council's feedback in preparation for a council vote. And then if we're successful in updating this chapter of the code, we would then begin to draft administrative regulations related to the different topics that I mentioned earlier in the presentation. And then we would implement by, updating our city procurement guidelines and our policy documents for staff and for council. So with that, I will close the PowerPoint for now. If there's anything on any of the slides you want to bring back up, we can do that as well. And I'll defer to council's level of energy this late at night, whether you'd like to start scrolling through the actual language that Skip and his team have put forward.
Great. Let's see. I think Councilmember Siemens has a question. Why don't we kick it off with that and see where it leads us?
Hopefully it doesn't lead us into a big discussion. Thank you, Ms. Clark, for this presentation. I have to say, when this last came before the council, I was opposed to this. That was some time ago, as you mentioned. But this is a concept that has matured quite a bit during the months between when it was first presented and now. And I compliment you on the work that you and the rest of the staff have done to bring this together. I just had one request, and that was you had a chart early in the presentation that compared Tacoma Park to other municipalities and organizations in the area. And I think it would be helpful to see the same chart, but with the changed threshold. And again, maybe it's something I should be able to understand myself, but at this time of night I don't. So I think at some point it would be nice to see that. And that's all. I thank you. And I'm much more open to this now than I was hearing the presentation some time ago by a previous city manager. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you for the presentation. How did you come up with the threshold number? Because it is closer to what colleagues in Rockville Gaithersburg, but it's Caroline County. It's 40,000. So how did you come up with the $50,000 threshold?
So, I mean, yeah, it does vary to a certain extent by city. I think we felt like 50,000 was a sweet spot where, again, when you look at the annual report of our purchases, a lot of the, again, kind of more routine annual purchases related to our core services seem to cluster around 30,000 actually. So, you know, if we raise it to 30,000, it might not make much of a difference in staff day to day. 50,000 seemed like it would make a difference, but not be so high that we're not having council approval on substantive purchases. So I actually talked to the future city manager. He felt like 75,000 would actually be a better threshold. I know that the former city manager felt like 50,000 was the right amount. And it's on that chart. It's less than Rockville and Gaithersburg, which are, larger than us. So we just felt like that was right sized for our budget.
Can you explain in practical terms and, take us through like a day-to-day, something like this comes up, how does this change the actual workflow? You gave that chart, but when something comes in, how does this, if we approve this change, how would that change the workflow?
Sure. So for when we're raising the awarding threshold to 50,000, the council's approval threshold to 50,000. So now if staff have let's say a $20,000 purchase, it was already approved by council in the budget ordinance. So under the current code, it would have come back before council and staff would have had to go through that full workflow that I showed on one of the slides the preparing the agenda item, putting it, having council do the 2 reading ordinance. Under the new proposal, it would just have to go through the city manager.
And so how do we know if this proposal goes forward? I mean, we're not in the finance department, right? So we don't really see the backup documentation. We don't see purchase orders. We don't see any of that stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that the rationale behind, these low threshold is that there are more eyes on it. How, if we ensure that nothing nefarious or a scheme isn't concocted where this change someone could take advantage of it?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and that is why I think we have to be so careful in the changes that we're making. I think, and Skip, maybe you can talk to this a little bit too, with your work with other cities. But I mean, I think as a general, general best practice when it comes to procurement, and we did do, we looked at organizations like the National Institute for Government Procurement. We looked at certain municipal research bodies that have done studies on procurement best practices, and really the elected officials' role is to kind of set the strategy at the beginning of the year through the budget, and then to rely on to delegate authority throughout the year to the purchasing agent, and to review reports periodically. And that seemed to be consistently a best practice that, rather than having elected officials involved in kind of the minutia purchases throughout the year, which kind of slows down the whole organization. If you have good internal controls in place, which we do, I mean, we've had no audit findings in recent memory, and every purchase we make is already, regardless of whether council is involved or not, is reviewed by the city manager, the department head, mid-level managers, and our finance department, and we've had no audit findings. Then at the end of the year, I mean, you look at reports, and if you're seeing something that is nefarious, then there might need to be a course correction. What I think you're getting at, Councilman Smith, is that we still want transparency, and I think the changes that we're making to the code are not going to preclude us becoming more transparent. So as an example, I know that other cities they actually publish all of their purchasing data. So there's a lot of website platforms out there where cities can actually make their checkbook, their day-to-day spending entirely transparent. Or they can have their list of active contracts available on the city website. Montgomery County has that. So that's something that we want to move towards being, even more transparent. But that doesn't mean that we have to have council's approval on purchases below 50,000 to make sure that there's nothing nefarious going on, especially when we have, our internal controls, we have the budget oversight, and we have the reporting requirements. But Skip, I don't know if you wanted to speak to that a little bit. You're on mute.
Thank you. I think you explained it very well. The other thing, really the emphasis would be, from my perspective, on the audit. Council's role for this is typically on the front end and in terms of the budget process and setting the direction on an annual basis. And then, in conjunction with that, reviewing the audit and addressing any other reporting requirements that council may see fit. Again, all this information, the vast majority of it is public information, and it can be obtained at any time virtually by anyone. At any level, at any amount, if there is a determined individual that wants to skirt the system, that can happen. But eventually it will catch up to them. Having said that, there are significant checks and balances and accountability in the proposed version of the ordinance is taken from a review of a variety of different municipalities' codes with an eye towards putting in place everything that Ms. Clark has discussed.
And Ms. Clark, one final question on social impact portion of the presentation. How do you ensure that the minority women-owned businesses are actually encouraged or actually get these potential contracts?
That's something that Skip and I were just discussing earlier today. And Skip, I'll ask you to speak to this. There are cities that have a more explicit MWSBE requirement. Ours is a guiding principle. So I think an example would be that, when staff put something out to bid, they should be careful about where it's advertised, right? So, are we posting it on the local MWSBE association page that they know about it? Or have we notified local businesses? Do all of our local businesses know where to find active requests for proposals with the city? So I think that would be one example. I think we would have to develop regulations around that guiding principle. For now, we'd like to codify it so that we can kind of flush it out more in administrative regulations.
And I would support codifying it. Thank you.
Yeah, but Skip, I didn't know if you wanted to talk about the challenges that other cities have faced. Baltimore City as one example, when they've made a more explicit requirement.
Right. So I am familiar with another municipality who looked into this independently of me and also had me conduct a legal review of how to implement such a provision in law. And this research that I did was several years ago. We're in the process of updating it based on in part the discussion Ms. Clark and I had today. But so as I presently understand the law, there would need to be a study conducted as to whether minority-owned businesses are disadvantaged in contracting in the area, and there would need to be supporting data gathered to support providing a benefit to them in terms of contracting, and that data would need to be updated every so often in order not to run afoul of the law, essentially. The municipality independently from me contacted Baltimore City, which does have that provision. Again, this is as I recall it. Baltimore City indicated that they have done the study and have updated it periodically. It is very time consuming and cumbersome. Having said that, it is possible to do if the data supports providing such a benefit. But we're in the process of updating that and hope to be able to give you a firm answer as to what the law is on that and whether that is still the requirement. So I hope that answers that question.
Thank you. I would just also like to go on the record and say I would support a study for the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Councilmember Siemens, is that an old hand? Yes, okay. So then we're up to Councilman Dabala.
Yes, thank you. Couple of things. I like the basic approach. I like I'm good. I was going to ask about best practices, Jessica, but you did kind of just answer that question in terms of what the best practices are. In terms of the safeguarding, I wonder if annual is a little too infrequent for reporting because if you wait a year, then you see something you don't like, that's kind of going pretty far out in the time frame. So I was wondering about quarterly or semi-annual for the reporting. I have some detailed questions about the green purchasing that I won't get into now, but I do want to just flag for people that And I like the idea of moving things to regulation, but I do want to flag on some of the things that have been added, that one reason in the previous version that there were some of these specifics about how do you define some of these items, how do you measure them, is because some of them can be very open-ended. And I worry that some of the things that have been added, both on the sustainability and on the equity issues, leave us open to that concern. Again, going back to the green purchasing regulations from whenever it was, 2016, maybe, talk about what is practicable as opposed to what's good faith, making it a little firmer. So I just want to put those ideas out there. I support having the equity factors and the additional environmental factors. I just not sure about exactly how they're phrased. And I wanted to mention that I think that it would be good to have, we just talked about committees, and phasing out one of the nuclear free committee as a recommendation. I'm wondering if it would be a good idea to make the language in the ordinance neutral in this section in purchasing, just so that we can go forward on a decision on the nuclear free committee one way or the other. So that's it for me, I think. Any reactions, particularly from Mr. Cornbrooks, about what's in the regs versus what's in the code, with respect particularly to the some of the equity and sustainability words mean? Or not tonight, maybe.
Not at this time. I really appreciate the comment and the thoughts, and I would like to think about it a little bit.
Okay.
Could we go, sorry, I had the same question, and I think Councilman Costick did as well, about the nuclear free committee. And I know we haven't made
I'm sorry, before we do that, I just want to flag particularly the life cycle assessment for greenhouse gas emissions. As far as I know, we can ask the sustainability manager, but I'm not aware of something that does that easily, that at a level that's an example of, well, that sounds great, and then how do you do it? We don't want to give the staff something that they can't really do. So thank you for letting me finish that thought.
Okay. Just to go back to the nuclear free committee, I know Councilman DeBala just raised that. Councilman Costick, I think, had a similar question, and others may as well. Does it make sense? And it's not saying we're making the decision now to phase out the nuclear free committee. That's something that we're still discussing. But does it make sense for this section of the code to make it more neutral and not dependent on the nuclear free committee on certain things?
I'll take a look at it and see if we can address that in a way that would allow the flexibility for you to go either way, depending on what you do with the BCC revisions.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Searcy.
Great, thank you so much for this presentation. I think it's, I think you all have outlined, a pretty strong rationale for this, and I've been in support of it for, since it was initially proposed. I think the devil is in the details in terms of the budget connection to the items that would be approved. And I will say, one of the main challenges that I've had with the budget in the past is that it's written in a way that is very, very high level. And so you don't really understand or know aspects of the nuance that you would typically get when it's time to actually approve like a budget item, right? So I may see in the budget a line item that says supplies, right? My brain may think, oh, that's paper and pens. You may actually be planning to spend, $50,000 to refinish floors. I don't know. I just see supplies in the budget. And if I know that they were floors, I might not have approved them. So I think if the idea, which I think is a factual one, that when we approve the budget, we're green lighting you all to proceed to do your job. And that means providing some flexibility with addressing in a more streamlined way those lower tier cost items. I think the key is going to be making sure that there's comfort that when we're approving that budget, we know that that is indeed what you are going to be moving forward on. And I think that's the piece that's going to be important. I also appreciated and understand, we haven't had any audit findings that have been negative. One of my big sticklers is making sure that we're doing that market research and we're not just paying the same vendors over and over and over and over again without doing our diligence to make sure they're the right vendor at the right price. But I think that 50,000, I can go down to 40 if I had to, but I think that $50,000 mark is pretty much about right. I mean, even though, I know that folks have brought up that Rockville and Gaithersburg are at 100, but their budget is about twice ours. So that, I kind of feel like that 50,000 is in the right spot. But I think the big thing is going to be making sure that when we see that budget and we're approving that budget, we know what is being covered. And then that way there's that level of comfort with the, moving forward with the lower tier cost items. Because the last thing I want is for there to be, you ought to proceed under this policy for, approving certain cost items. And then that comes back and bite us in the butt, not because of an audit issue, but because maybe members of council did not think that they had already approved such actions because it wasn't clear in the budget, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on what part of the budget, because I think the capital budget's very itemized, actually. Right. So, we got it down to the vehicle number, right, in the capital section, but actually under the $50,000 threshold, a lot of the capital purchases will still be, before council 2 to 3 times, right. Budget ordinance, and then a 2 reading ordinance. I certainly hear what you're saying. I mean, I think the contract line in the budget book is an example where, that's a lump sum roll up and you don't know, which contracts are included in that line. That said, I don't know of other cities that have that level of itemization in their budget. I think it is, when you look at procurement policies across the country, I think and Skip, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there is a certain level where staff do get a discretion, some discretion, right? in how they spend their budget. And so it's interesting, you have this trend of cities publishing their entire general ledger, right? Where anyone, it's all public knowledge, anyone can go in and see that. But you also, want the department head to be able to function on a day-to-day basis. So, it's a balance. I think we certainly should move towards more data transparency around our spending. We may be able to do some of that through the actual budget book itself. I think more of it will likely be through some kind of online tool. But yeah, I hear your concern in terms of itemization and not, wanting to know exactly what is in each spending category.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be line item specific, but so like you had mentioned the capital budget, like that's the one part of the budget that I actually know everything that's going on. And unfortunately for the folks who have items there, that's why they get picked on the most. But parts of the budget where I may see things that's just like supplies or training or programming, I may not know generally what that is. So even if it is a general description that says, supplies when you're writing up, this section includes line items for general administrative needs such as supplies, copy supplies, and yada, yada, yada. Fine, I don't need to know X amount is going to Canon, Y amount is going to Staples.
Okay.
But I at least need to know that that's a supply budget for pens and paper and not necessarily contractor support for our redistricting. You know what I mean? So if I see supplies, I may assume, oh, city clerk budget supply, okay, we're covered, but we're not, because that's not what that was supposed to be for. So I think that's the part that I think might need to be clarified. It doesn't need to be, you know, really explicit, and because that's impossible to do, especially when you're trying to put together a budget. You don't know what the costs are going to be. You don't know how a lot of that stuff is going to work out, but at least give a little bit of kind of understanding of, so someone can read it and know generally what things are. And it could be tweaking some of your headers where you have some things that are supply and some things you clearly call out as contractor support for services in a way where people get a better feel for what that entails. So that's the only thing that I would say will be important to make sure that we don't run into any hiccups down the road. But otherwise, I think what you've outlined makes sense to me.
Sure. Yeah. And I hear you also on the market research point that, you know, we shouldn't be doing auto renewal for too long. And what we've built in the amendments is we won't go longer than, if you do a multi-term contract, it won't be longer than 4 years without having to, you know, look at everything all over again and make sure that, you know, you're doing the market study and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Skip, I don't know if you unmuted briefly. I don't know if you had a comment to Councilwoman Cersei's earlier.
No, I think first of all, I understand the concern and I appreciate it, but the way it is set up to work is that if someone were to have money budgeted for supplies and then use that for something else, there would have to be documentation of how that money moved around from one category to the next. And if it was done improperly, it would. I can't guarantee what the auditor is going to do, but it should show up in an audit or, you know, in a review of it some way, because there are very specific requirements about how that money can be moved around. So, you couldn't, well, the way it's set up, you couldn't on the one hand say we're using it for this and then move it over here without an appropriate notification. And typically, again, just going off for the purpose of the discussion, how you described it, that would probably require a budget amendment if it's moving from one category to another outside of the department.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't think I think the internal controls are laid out fine. I just want to make sure, and this may be just my own personal, hiccups with, as I'm going through the budget. I just want to make sure that there aren't any political landmines we run into because there are certain things that's not clear enough in the budget that we're approving. That although the internal controls are in place to make sure we're not doing anything nefarious in the process, but because members of council weren't clear through the course of their review of the budget in terms of what they were actually approving, that there are problems down the line because of that. So that's the only thing. And maybe, it's a matter of just making sure some of those headers when we're going through the budget and calling things out as we're talking through them, what possible activities might be a way to kind of make sure that people are at ease, especially as we're kind of moving through, because this process will basically say if it's under that threshold, you can roll with it, and that's okay. I just don't want it to be a case where someone's like, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? We never approved it. And you did, but you just didn't see it because it was line item on page 200 and it just said supply. So let's just, I think that's my only 2 cents about that.
Okay. Councilman Costick.
Thank you. And I also think this is a good direction to be going in. I share some of the concerns that Councilmember Searcy raised with regard to the information that's in the budget versus sort of the more detailed information that we tend to get when we have been approving some of, although not all of, the individual ordinances. And I think that that might require us, because the budget's so big, you know, to just give more attention to some of those things as we're going through. And maybe if you can help during that budget process, just sort of flag some of the areas to where there might be some of those purchases, at least for a few years as we get used to this, that would have previously fallen into, like, if you're anticipating something that might have previously fallen into that 10 to 50,000 category, if you can just help us sort of understand what those might be. Because I know for myself, there have been times since I've gone through the budget and I've had questions about something and I've gotten some kind of general information with the expectation that I would get more detailed answers. And I've kind of figured, well, it's all right, we're going to vote on this again and I'll wait until then. And so there won't be that kind of check and balance in the future. And so related to that, one thing I just want to flag, one thing that was that for me in this past budget was the police trailer, which was in the CIP. So if we go ahead and adopt this prior to that purchase, I would like for us to discuss that separately and make sure that we get that information and consider that within the context of what the Public Safety Task Force is recommending. And then one more quick thing, it's late, is I had raised the question to you, Jessica, about whether it made sense to have an annual cap on the total amount that was that didn't require approval above this, below this, the 50,000. That was a recommendation that a resident had suggested, and it's my understanding from what you said that that's not generally something that you've seen in other cities.
Yeah, I was actually curious how you had heard about that, because I'd love to explore and know more. But yeah, I hadn't heard of that in the research we did for this session in any event.
Yeah, thank you. I'll follow up and see if they have any additional information or suggestions.
Okay, yeah, that might be helpful.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. So the camera trailer was 33,000. So you know, that was in the budget ordinance, but that would be below the proposed threshold. But yeah, and I you know, and discussing with the previous city manager, that with the flow of purchasing ordinances, there is kind of a nice information exchange for council. I mean, I think you all, sometimes it can be a very, when we have a purchasing ordinance, we get to kind of talk about the exciting thing that's coming up, right? You know, we're about to renew the Play Day contract, which means that it's a reminder that event is coming up. And so it's kind of nice to have that discussion. So we were trying to think of maybe other ways to have that keep happening. You know, whether it's, you know, in the city manager comments, or I'm not sure, but I do recognize that it's nice to kind of keep your pulse on some of the things that are coming through. So.
Great. Councilmember Kovar.
Thank you. I'll try to be quick. I have a few more technical things that I'll just send in a separate email. And I would just say overall, number one, I think this is clearly the direction that we have to go in. It seems evident that we haven't kept up with where pricing is in general. And I like some of the other changes that have been proposed as well. Two questions, and then I'll stop for tonight. First, in terms of the social equity and environmental concerns, is the concept of putting them in regulation rather than in the code because it enables them to then be changed more quickly? Because I think of some of our regulatory changes, for example, in the tree ordinance context, it took months to go through all of that. So it wasn't that, or it isn't that clear to me how, I'm not against it, but how big a savings of time or effort that is.
Yeah, I think that's something that came up when we were, and Skip, I think I'll ask you to speak to this, but it is the process for approving administrative regulations actually takes longer than code changes in some ways. So the reason wasn't just, I think we need to make our administrative regulations approval process, easier and more nimble. But, rather to kind of be aligned with what the proper legal structure should be. And so I can let Skip talk about that a little bit.
This is an issue that since I've been with the city, it first arose as Councilmember Kovar indicated with the tree regulations. We've seen it in a couple other places. And, it almost discourages an attempt to put in place regulations because it's so cumbersome. Short version is I'm in complete agreement with Ms. Clark that the process for putting in place regulations needs to be changed. But the point that you're making, Councilmember Kovar, is fair, that one is is almost as cumbersome, if not more cumbersome, than simply putting it in the code. But my advice would be that the city get to a place where putting in place regulations is consistent with the concept that they are more nimble and able to be changed based on information that develops through practice and experience and or changes in other applicable law that affects the regulations directly.
And if we didn't on these two, I'm not arguing that we shouldn't. It doesn't sound like at the moment it's that huge a difference in terms of which method is, maybe speed isn't the only reason you're thinking about this.
I think that it is more apparent. It is more of an apparent concern in other contexts than it is in this particular one. But there are certainly situations in which it could arise, and we're trying to get to the bottom of them right now based on some questions that council raised in the last 24 to 48 hours.
Okay. The one other area then, with this bigger area in this proposal that I'm grappling with is the cutoff point. So I'm not sure I fully grasp the difference of the significance between 30,000 and 50,000, where there are different cutoffs that different things happen at. And in looking at the chart that was provided previously, we're way low now. That's indisputable. If we went up to 50, we'd actually be kind of high within all the area governments and municipalities that were included in the chart. And so I don't know, to me, really where the best place for us to end up with. And the one thing I'll say is, we don't have to have this information tonight, but the Deputy City Manager, you mentioned that putting in 30 wouldn't really change much because that's just where because of the way this all breaks down. So maybe separately you could provide some stats or something that would show how many, below 10, from 10 to 30 and from 30 to 50 there were, or whatever, so we could understand, because I don't quite see why those cutoffs, particularly since then, there's nothing wrong with being higher than other communities, but I'm not sure I see the argument for it. It would be a huge savings in terms of staff work. That's another story. So, and I don't know if you have any reaction now, but you can get back to me later if it's easy to compile those stats.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, so it's what I provided already was a tally of purchasing code ordinances that have been approved by the council. And I think you'll see a bit of a clustering in what I already provided. In the reporting from our financial system, that, I could run that, but, it wouldn't show it shows individual purchases as well as the overall contract amounts. So it's harder to separate out, but I can see what we can do on that.
But your sense that putting at 30 instead of 50 wouldn't accomplish all that much? Is that what you're saying in terms of actually changing the nature of what staff has to do?
I mean, I think that again, with inflation, I mean, that, you might argue that the difference between 30 and 50,000 isn't that much, but I think it is in terms of the kind of purchases that we're making.
Okay. All right. I'll send the rest of my questions in writing. Thank you.
Councilmember Siemens? You're on mute.
Sorry about that. Just one quick follow-up question, and that is the proposal that you've put forward. I didn't remember hearing anything about a periodic escalator. That you're talking about this as a fixed amount for threshold, and it's something that a future council would have to change. And so what's 50,000 today would gradually diminish as inflation continues to grow. All right.
I think that's a good point. Yeah, I don't know, Skip, have you ever seen where a municipality has built in a periodic increase? Or
I have not, and I would not necessarily recommend it.
And I was not requesting that. Using that as part of the argument that 50,000 is maybe the right spot. I'm willing to listen to my colleagues on that, but I'm feeling more comfortable with it than I was 2 years ago. Thank you.
Great. Well, it's almost midnight, so I think we could wrap this up. What my sense from the conversation we have is that council, in general, this is going in the right direction. And thank you to everyone for all their hard work on this. The materials were very clear, and the presentation tonight was really helpful. There are a couple of areas, big picture questions that people had regarding particularly the sustainability and the social equity pieces, and how those are put in the code versus regulations, as well as what do we do with the nuclear free committee. In addition, I think if members of the council before the end of the week can walk through the red line version of the code and send by, hopefully it would be lovely to have it by morning on Friday. Any other additional questions regarding any specific wording things. We do have another work session next week, and then we'll be voting on this. So look at it tomorrow. Any other additional questions or things, please send to the acting city manager and the city attorney, and we'll come back to this next week. Does that work for everybody? Awesome. Great. Jessica or Skip, do you guys need anything else from us?
Okay. So just to comment that Skip won't be on next week. It'll be another member of his team.
Oh, okay, so we do get another member of your team. Okay, great. Hopefully it won't be so late. We'll try. All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, everyone. We're adjourned. That's it. We're done for the evening.